We are now ready to begin our June deliberations. And I think we will begin with reports from the dais. So the university.
Oh, wow, I get to go first. Well, first of all, welcome back to everybody. It's good to see everybody. I don't want to take up too much time, but I did have a few things of interest. Just first, in terms of UVA reopening, as you probably all know this, but for now we're assuming fall semester will begin on time in August, and any in-person instruction will conclude by Thanksgiving. There's a lot of logistics that need to be worked out, but and you can be sure that the experience will be highly modified for the classes, dining, housing, and athletic events, if there even are any, and all the other kind of gatherings that go along with that. So stay tuned. In terms of meetings, there was last week a June BOV meeting was held virtually. There wasn't a whole lot of business, but of note, there was the renaming of Ruffner Hall to Ridley Hall in honor of Walter Ridley, the first African-American to earn a doctorate in education. I mean, that was what he earned it in, but he was the first one at UVA, and that happened in 1953. And in addition to that, they're still discussing whether to change the name of the actual Curry School, but they haven't made that decision yet. And then current projects, I'll just go through a few of the ones that you probably see if you've gone around grounds at all. Alderman Library, it's undergoing an extensive renovation, and it's currently in the demolition and abatement phase. So if you go by there, you'll see them demolishing the more newer stacks on the back of the building, and they're removing that, and we're gonna replace that with a new addition better suited for today's academic needs. That construction is scheduled to continue through 2023, so that's a pretty long project. Over on Brandon Avenue, the Green Street is utility-wise and stormwater infrastructure-wise is largely complete. And then the Student Health and Wellness Center is going up, and that should be completed in not this summer, but next summer. And with the whole pandemic and everything, they've been reevaluating the interiors to kind of see how they can use that building to better serve potential needs for testing, isolating students, and providing vaccinations and stuff like that. So when it's done, it'll be 156,000 gross square feet, which their current facility is much smaller than that. And it'll include space for general medicine, gynecology, counseling, and psychological services, student disability access services, and health promotion, amongst other things. Sorry, this is a little bit long-winded, but there's a few more that I wanted to talk about. You probably heard this too, that the hospital expansion project was altered due to the pandemic and accelerated in some cases to provide isolation units for COVID-19 patients on 2 of the upper floors. That's in addition to the newly open emergency department. So that was kind of an interesting, pivot that they made there. And then finally, I did want to mention the memorial for enslaved laborers across from the corner. It's substantially complete. There's a few things that aren't done yet, such as lighting and tree planting and stuff, but you can visit it. And the water feature, there's a water feature, but it hasn't been turned on yet because UVA, or we promised the descendant community that it wouldn't be turned on until they had a private ceremony. And that was supposed to happen a month or 2 ago, but with the pandemic, we haven't been able to do that yet. So it's not completely done, but it's definitely being used and visited, most visibly last Friday by the medical school community who held a vigil there for George Floyd. And I'm sure other contemplative ceremonies since then. So if you're walking around, it's worth checking out. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thanks. And Ms. Green.
It is good to see you all. It's been a while. Lots of stuff happening in this great nation of ours since we last met, and hopefully we are moving to be just better people. So hello to all of you. It is good to see you. Couple of things. We have been meeting virtually with the TJPDC. We had a May meeting, which was one of those things. Ironically, the TJPDC meets with Louisa, Fluvanna, Nelson, Greene County, Charlottesville, and Albemarle. And with everyone at home, one of the things that TJPDC discusses a lot about is rural broadband. And so it has been very evident that we need to continue moving forward with rural broadband while we are having these meetings and having the sound of dial-up as we are listening to each other speak, which was something I haven't heard in a long time. So we're kind of fortunate here in Charlottesville. We still have some work to do, but it's interesting to hear the tone of the dial-up in the background. But both of those meetings, again, we did have some discussions about rural broadband and rural transportation, smart scale projects, and then discussing some of the other what we're submitting for in the smart scale. The city of Charlottesville doesn't have anything, obviously, in the rural area smart scale funding, but there is something that the county has submitted for, which is at 5th Street. It's a connector trail from the 5th Street station area to connect into some of the city trails. So that was interesting. That is all I have. I also, I've went to the university, and I agree it's a pretty amazing exhibit that is there that we got to see and have our children take a look at over the weekend. So I look forward to the water feature, and that is all I have.
Thank you. Reverend Heaton.
You say me?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to thank Missy and Joe Rice and Brian Wheeler for their attentiveness to bringing people up to speed on Zoom and the protocols for doing a public hearing online. I think that was a good effort and time well spent for me, so thank you. I too want to say hello to everybody. I have been able to see some of Rory as we share a balcony looking out on Water Street and the back street. It's been encouraging all through this pandemic with Main Street completely a ghost town. We've been able to watch the construction on 3 buildings start right behind us, and it's been rewarding to know that people are working and those buildings are going up, and it isn't a complete ghost town downtown, even though the retail and the restaurants have been boarded up. I too spent some time at the university, as it's a great place to walk when there's nobody there, and watching the memorial come up, and that's a real encouragement, especially when we see such discouraging things and images coming across our news feeds. And finally, I just want to say, since the last time we met, I've moved into the at-risk group. I'm over 60 now, so yeah. So I'm in the at-risk category. I don't know how many of the rest of us are, so we won't be gathering when we're in that demographic. So just want to say hello to everybody, and it's good to be back to the business of the city.
Gary, are you and Rory serenading each other off those balconies like they're doing in Italy?
We have, yeah, we've done a little Romeo and Juliet.
Ms. Dow.
Well, once again, hello. I know I've already
said hi to everyone, and genuinely it is good to see everyone again. I do not have a report at this time. I do want to make a statement though. I do want to say that the issues that we're facing, not only here in Charlottesville, but in the world, these are not new issues, but I am so proud of our young people who are new future planners who are making a difference. This is a movement and a different type of noise, and I'm so glad to hear it. And I am just very proud to know some of the leaders at the forefront. And that's all I have to say. Keep the spirit going. If you have not gotten on the bandwagon or you still have questions about Black Lives Matter, do your research. Don't ask a Black person, look at some movies, read some books, and get educated. Times are changing. And so I'm hoping that this planning commission is going to do its job in recognizing that and helping to bust up some of these systematic oppressions where we can. Affordable housing is real, and not at 80% AMI or over. Education has to follow with that. While we're having all of these public meetings and forums, we need a comprehensive forum where Ms. Rosa is in the building, excuse me, I'm sorry, the superintendent of the Charlottesville City Schools. We need the planning commission and city council, because if we're not moving in one way, then we're just wasting time. So thank you for that moment. To our young people, keep the faith. And like I said, if you haven't joined the movement, then you're behind.
Thank you, Ms. Dow. Mr. Sowietz.
Been a very busy time. Very pleased to not be the first person to say Black Lives Matter. Thank you. Wonderful. Black Lives Matter. Comprehensive plan, April 7th, had a meeting. We reviewed housing data. There was a standout quote, racial equity underlies every data point we look at. It just keeps coming up over and over, no matter how you slice it. Race keeps coming up. The Housing Advisory Committee met on, May 26th. We are moving everything in the housing fund to emergency relief spending. We're losing it all. It's all gone. No more LIHTC matching, no more projects, no more nothing. It's just going to all emergency spending, trying to keep people housed as long as we can, and we don't have enough even for that. It's very grim. It was a tough meeting. So, that's happening. Comprehensive plan meeting, June 2nd. They surveyed the comprehensive plan sort of steering group, which I think is like 35 people, something like that. The top issues that came up on housing, racial equity, number one with a bullet, rental affordability, access to opportunity, housing supply, housing stability. There were a bunch of others, but those were by far the leaders. Also received a call from Dan Rosenzweig from Habitat. He indicated support for a Flint Hill proposal coming up tonight, and shared some data that I thought would be important for others to hear, and I didn't write down. Thank you.
Mr. Lindstrap. Jody. You are muted still. Still muted. So while you're figuring that out, I'll give my report and then we'll come back to you.
I lose my.
There you are. Good,
I'm
good, good,
sorry,
good.
but I lose my cursor going from one screen to the other. And I have nothing to report after all that. The Board of Architectural Review and the Tree Commission, neither of those committees, commissions, boards met since the last time we met. And Lyle covered very well the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee, which I serve on also. So thank you. That's it.
Right. Well, once again, it is wonderful to see you guys. I above and beyond what Tania and Lyle said, I have nothing to add as it relates to the social commentary. The none of the boards have met that I serve on, and you guys know as much as I do about what's going on in Parks and Rec. That's all been in the media, and you guys I think know that we've got a new director of Parks and Rec. and his name is Mr. Todd Brown. And he'd actually been working as the interim director for a little while. So not much to talk about, as Rich said. So with that, I will toss it to Ms. Creasy.
Sure.
Chairman Mitchell,
I just, oh, did we
do I
forget?
get to give a report or?
Oh, Rory,
Did I skip you?
yeah.
It's okay.
That's right. You're right after Lisa, right? My bad. I'm sorry.
Weird when we're
I'm
all
going
around.
across the dais. I am so sorry, Rory.
It's all good. But I don't have a lot. I think that was very well said by Commissioner Dowell. Black Lives do matter. And I hope you all remember our part in making change and in changing the system, and remember why, you know, this planning commission exists, why our zoning laws are the way they are, and what the history is behind that. Beyond that, Place has not been meeting, but we have had a couple MPO tech meetings. Nothing hugely groundbreaking, but there are several smart scale applications that are currently in the pre-application phase. So they've kind of gone to VDOT for like a preliminary review and some feedback there. The interesting ones for us are Fontaine 29, Hillsdale Drive South, which will connect Hydraulic to Angus, or rather to Holiday Drive across from Angus, where like the Econo Lodge and Szechuan are. And then there's an Emmett Street multimodal phase 2. There's a Preston Grady, West Main Streetscape phase 3, Ridge Street multimodal, which will go from Cherry up to West Main. And those are the main ones that are in the city, and there are a few others around. I assume those will be narrowed down before the final application phase. But that's all I got.
Right. And forgive me for skipping you. When I looked to my left, I didn't see you. So
No problem at all. Oh yeah, and the last, it's been great to hear Gary, you know, ranting, or I guess his sermons, that's what they call them, every Sunday from the hallways in the building. Now that he's working from home.
all right, Ms. Creasy.
All right, well, I'm going to be very brief because we have two guest speakers who are going to provide some reporting to us. We will hear next week whether we're going to be meeting for July. Council authorized us for the June meeting, and so they'll be looking at whether we'll move to a July meeting. I have a feeling we will. So we're going to be moving in that direction behind the scenes. We anticipate they'll be looking at other boards and commissions getting moving again. A lot of still a lot of question marks as to how lots of things are going to be moving forward. The city will reevaluate on before June 21st. As to what next steps will be, though we have a few things going on to kind of begin those discussions. Next week, folks have the opportunity to pay tax bills in person for a period of time. A press release went out on that about a day ago. And we currently have a drop-off on Fridays to facilitate folks getting materials into our office. So a lot of behind the scenes work going on, and we'll let you know when we know different things. But first, we're going to turn the time over to Jennifer Koch from RHI, and they're the consultants that are assisting us with the Charlottesville Plans Together program, and she's going to give a briefing on the comprehensive plan process. Some of you guys are on the steering committee, but this is kind of a snapshot of where we are and is available for questions. And then following Jenny, we have Dr. Denise Bonds with us from the health department, who is going to give us some information on general information on housing and the COVID-19 situation, and just some food for thought as we're looking at applications to come. So Both Jenny and Dr. Bonds are prepared to speak, about 5 minutes each, and then they'll have some question answer time. I do want us to try and continue to be conscious of the clock, because we have hearings starting as close to 6 o'clock as possible. It'll be a little after 6. And before we get to that, we have our matters from the public. So just things to keep in mind. But we'll turn the time over to Jenny.
Thanks, Missy. So I'm Jenny Koch. I'm with the consultant team working on the effort that we're now calling Seville Plans Together. We've been hard at work since we last met with you. So I'm glad to be here to give you all a brief update. Let's see, I'll wait for the slides to, great, thank you, Joy. You can go to the next slide. Great, thanks. So as you likely know by now, Seville Plans Together is this name for this process. It's an opportunity for the community to actively participate in updating the future vision for the city with a focus on equity and affordability. I know you all are pretty aware of what we're doing, but for others who are on the call, or just to remind us all what we're doing, I want to go through quickly what these outcomes are. So first and foremost, we're working right now to update the city's comprehensive plan, building on the edits that you all began in 2017, 2018. As part of that effort, we are completing an affordable housing strategy, and we're calling it out specifically here because it's a big focus of this effort, but it is part of the overall comprehensive plan process. And then once the revised comprehensive plan is approved, including that housing strategy, and once we work with you through those edits, we'll work to revise the zoning ordinance to ensure that it reflects the goals and strategies in the newly revised comprehensive plan, and that it receives other necessary updates. So part of this process, we know we can learn a lot through data. We know a lot about what sort of historical context is, but we also need to work with you all and the community, city staff, and others to identify what needs exist in Charlottesville in terms of equity, what it means for housing to be affordable, et cetera. And like you all have been saying, this is not a new issue, but there's new light being brought to these issues and how they're all tied together. So there's an opportunity here. You can go to the next slide, please. This is the schedule for the process, which is currently planned to extend to the end of next year, 2021. Green is the affordable housing strategy. You can see that feeding into the dark blue, which is the comprehensive plan update. And then light blue is the zoning. So this is our schedule as of the beginning of May. And I would anticipate there will be some tweaks to this, particularly with the community engagement points. You can see those little orange bubbles at the bottom are the approximate points for community input. Those don't just represent one meeting, they're a set of activities. So, sorry, one second. Sirens. I want to stop here, obviously, and talk with you a bit about how we plan to interact with you all. Collaboration with the Planning Commission is an important part of updating the comprehensive plan. And so we look forward to scheduling a meeting, work session, with you now that you're meeting again in the relatively near future to, especially discuss the findings from what we're hearing in this current stage of public input, which I'll get into in a second, and what that means for the comprehensive plan, as we look at the overall vision, direction, and the goals that are in there. So if you go to the next slide, I'm going to give an overview of our engagement process to date. It looks very different than we originally spoke through with you all. We, as you know, came into this process committed to really focus community engagement, meeting people where they are in the neighborhoods in Charlottesville, going out to people to seek input. And obviously starting that process in March, it couldn't happen like that. So I'll go through what we've been doing instead, but I want to know we do intend to get out as soon as it's safe to do so and meet with people. But so through May and June, we've been, we started our engagement May 20th. And what we've been focused on is getting input on goals and priorities for the future. If you see what we've listed out here, I won't go through these all in detail, but we started with 3 webinars. They all had the same information. They were recorded as well. You can find them on the website. And what we did in those webinars was we gave an overview of the process. We talked about, what is the comprehensive plan? What is zoning? What do these things mean? And then what do we hope you all can help us do in this process? And so those were good discussions. We had good Q&A sessions with all those webinars. We've had 5 small group discussions, and there are 5 more scheduled. We've had anywhere from 4 to up to 17, 18 people in those events, and we've learned a lot from those. We've also had, besides those 5 and now 10 open discussions where anyone can register, we're also doing some focused small group discussions with certain groups of people to pull them together. And those have been great as well. We've got a survey out right now. It opened May 20th. It was originally scheduled to run through June 10th, and we've extended that to June 27th. We've got, when I last checked on Sunday, we had 324 responses. And we're working on some ways to build that up, but I'll talk about those in a second. As you heard, we had a steering committee meeting on June 2nd. It was open to everyone. It was conducted like this on Zoom, and that's recordings also on the website along with the presentation document, which talked about housing tools. So you may be interested to look at what was discussed. And we've also, been engaging with the media and distributing flyers and surveys and having a lot of conversations with different people. So this is what we've done. We've got other upcoming conversations with some small groups, and then we're working on getting more input on the survey. Next slide, please. So our goal with this is to get community input from people who are representative of the community in Charlottesville. And we've been hearing from a good diversity of people. But for example, when we look at the survey responses, the respondents the proportions aren't really representative right now of the community in terms of demographics. They're not terrible, but they're not there yet. And so we know we need to hear more from people at the lower end of the wealth spectrum, for example, more certain neighborhoods we need to hear from people, and people who don't identify as white or Caucasian. There's people we need to hear from. And so to that end, we've got some strategies here that we're working on to reach those different various areas. We're coordinating with some of our community partners to get flyers and paper versions of the survey into people's hands. You can see on this slide, coordinating with the Housing Authority and Habitat and FAR, Cultivate Charlottesville. So what we're doing with that is both just trying to make sure people know what's going on, but also that they know that they're wanted. Like, we want their input in this process, and we hope that they're able to participate, whether that's taking a paper survey at the market or going on the website or joining a discussion. I also want to note we planned a utility mailing for July. We couldn't get in on an earlier mailing, but that'll be going out. So hopefully we'll be able to share information with people so they can get involved in the future phases. And we're doing continued direct outreach to other organizations, neighborhood associations, et cetera, and encouraging people to push things out. So I'd welcome other ideas for engagement, especially given COVID constraints. If you have any ideas or insights, from lessons learned, we know you all have been through this process too. So, we'd love your help in thinking through that, and your help also in just sharing this information with communities, your connections, your neighbors. We'd welcome any help that you can give in that area. If you go to the next slide, I just have the contact info here. We do have a website, cvilleplantstogether.com. I've shared some links to the survey in both English and Spanish. I'll note one thing I haven't mentioned yet. We do have social media, but we also have a toll-free phone number. Excuse me, a toll-free phone number people can call. They hear a message that my partner Latoya recorded, so you can sort of hear our voice and talking through an overview of the project and leave comments in a voicemail. So we haven't had a lot of usage of that yet, but it's out there. That is all I had, but I'm happy to answer any questions or talk through things.
So, questions?
I've got one question. I guess I'm a little unclear on how we as commissioners are supposed to interact with the project. Should we be dropping in on these meetings? Are they recorded and we should watch later? And is there somewhere where we can find those?
Sure. So we recorded the webinars, but we've been recording the small group discussions, but we've been explicitly telling people they're not being posted. We're going to summarize findings from those. But you are welcome, and I would encourage you to sit in on a conversation. They're really interesting, and they've been really enlightening for us, and we'd welcome you to sit in. I know some of the council members, and probably some of you may have sat on some of the webinars too.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rory. Hey, Jody.
Jenny, you mentioned providing focused small groups, meeting with focused small groups. So what kind of groups? Are these neighborhood groups? Are these political groups or civic groups? And how is it decided what groups to meet with?
Sure. Yeah, thanks. That's a good question. It was decided, we've been doing additional outreach to people, to groups we have been hearing less from it. And what that has looked like is, we know, for example, we wanted to make sure we were hearing from people in the 10th and Page neighborhood, people who have been around for a long time, for example, and one of our steering committee members helped us organize a group of homeowners in the 10th and Page neighborhood. We've also reached out to groups, Java. We had a conversation with Java because we wanted to make sure we were hearing from folks in the sort of aging adults and thinking about needs related to aging in place. And we know that group is often very connected, but may not, sign up for a discussion separately. We've done outreach to, churches. We've done a lot of outreach to churches, and I believe we have a small group that's been arranged with, a faith group in the coming weeks. So I won't get into all of them, but really it's just been where we know we haven't been hearing from people, or where we've heard there's good methods to get out to people. The churches, for example, we know people have church networks often, and so that's why we've been reaching out to them. So we're open to, if people reach out to us and they want to have a discussion, that's certainly something we're open to. I think, we encourage people to sign up for the existing open discussions when they can, because those have been really interesting too. But yeah, so it's been a little bit of us reaching out and people asking us to do them.
Thank you.
Anything else? Well, Jenny, thank you very much.
Wait a second, Jose.
Jenny, you have a question?
Jose,
I'm
one second.
sorry.
I feel like I'm sorry to, please don't take, but I feel like we're hearing the same thing that we went through as far as outreach. I don't feel like we're doing anything different. I mean, we went to the market, we reached out to church groups, we reached out to Java, we reached out to so I'm not sure. So I know you're asking us, and please don't, all the work you're doing, I've been on the website, I've looked at, so I appreciate all this, but the problem we were having is the outreach to the folks that you still have an outreach to, based off of what we're hearing from you right now.
Yeah.
So my question is, obviously we're out of ideas, you're there. And so I'm not sure, I would love to know. I mean, we went to all these places and had these surveys. Is it a bigger, I mean, I don't know the answer to the question. I don't. Sometimes we don't know the answer to the question. But is it more outreach, social media? I mean, clearly we have a social media presence in this town. We've had thousands of people get together in the past week, pretty much, at a spontaneous moment. So what do we need to do something different? Do we need the city's permission to reach out? I mean, what is it that we need to do? Because exactly what you said you're doing is what we did before you all came on board. I think it sounds the same.
Well, Lisa, I'd like to reiterate that. I couldn't move fast enough to unmute my mic. And I started any of your work, Ms. Jenny, but I said this at our last meeting session, like some of the ideas we came up with, we've done this. My question to you before Lisa asked was gonna be, who's showing up to these meetings? Are they the same people that were showing up to the quorums or forums that we've already had? Because if so, we're not moving the needle.
Sure. So to address both of those, if I forget to address any element of what either of you asked, please just flag it. But yeah, we had a very different process in mind for this. We, as we've talked about with, COVID threw things off for us. And I won't totally blame it on that. It is difficult to do engagement for a comprehensive plan and reach marginalized communities, in any case. But we have been seeing with our small group discussions where people can sign up on the website and come to them. You know, obviously I can't speak to whether it looks different than the people you all talk to. I don't know, you know, we don't have lists to compare or anything. But from what we're hearing, it's a mix of people who are very well, you know, engaged. They come out to things a lot, but we've also been hearing from others who seem to be newer to the process, who maybe, you know, we go through a bit more explaining what a comprehensive plan is and whatnot. But my take on it is that there are some new faces coming into this, and we're not seeing the same people over and over again in our discussions. We haven't had any overlap, so we've met with all different people. But I would just reiterate overall, I mean, we are committed to, whenever we can, getting out there. Our vision was to do, you know, this type of small group discussion we're doing, but in where people are, having food, bringing people out to sit together and see people's faces and talk through these things. And that is something that needs to happen when we can do it. But it's been rewarding when we can do it virtually too. So I think you're right. You know, Lisa, we're doing a lot of the same things that you all were doing. And we have, you know, we're pushing out on social media. I think we're getting some new people in that way as well. But it's just continually evolving.
Has this been part of this Seville 360? I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe Joe can tell us how well that's attended. I mean, it seems like something that, and just advertising, NBC 20. I mean, I think we need to get out to the media. I mean, maybe I Love Seville. A lot of people seem to watch that. I don't know, but those are just ideas. You asked for ideas.
Yeah, no, thank you. And we were on Seville 360 too.
Okay.
And we have the media, you know, it was, COVID not only threw off our ability to meet with people in person, but there was also its shift in focus, you know, or maybe not a shift, but a direct focus. And then with recent events as well, rightly getting a lot of attention. You know, we're sort of competing for people's time and attention, but especially recently, I think this is such an opportunity for people to really weigh in on these processes locally and look at what land use, you know, looks like on the ground and what that means for equity. So I'm hoping we can build on some momentum here.
And that's right. What we said was, and what Lyle had said earlier is, you know, making these changes, and I think Rory mentioned it too, making these changes to this land use plan, these comprehensive plans, and into these housing plans. I mean, that's part of this movement, Tania. I mean, we've got to get a movement on the needle for this housing. Sorry, Jose.
All right, guys, we are running a little over, and we've got one more speaker, and we've got public comments. So, Missy, who's our next speaker? Missy, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you. Dr. Denise Bonds is here to give us just a briefing on housing and COVID-19 from the perspective of the health department.
Thank you all for having me on today and to allow me to give you a bit of an update on COVID-19 and the impact of housing. So just as background, and I'm sure most of you are aware, COVID-19 is caused by an RNA virus. It's transmitted from person to person by aerosolized droplets. That is when we talk or cough or speak or exercise, we expel droplets out, and if we're infected with COVID-19, those droplets can carry the virus. Right now at this point in time, we have just under 52,000 people in Virginia that have been infected by COVID-19. Most of those have recovered from the virus. We have had 1,496 deaths in the state. Here in the Thomas Jefferson Health District, we've had 649 individuals that have had confirmed positive. I will say that the number of individuals who have been infected by this virus is probably higher than this. Early on in this pandemic, we didn't have good testing available. And so we often just had people with classic symptoms stay home and isolate on a presumptive diagnosis. Here in the district, 77 people have been hospitalized and we've had 19 deaths. In Charlottesville, there's been 141 individuals that have had a confirmed diagnosis and 3 fatalities. We are seeing improvement in lots of metrics for COVID-19. Our rate of positive cases in looking at the total number of people tested is going down. If you look at the curve on the VDH website, there's a definite drop. Our hospitalization rate is also decreasing, as is our death rate. So things are moving in the right way, and I think that's you see that reflected in the governor's releasing of the stay-at-home order and the opening up of various activities in the area. That being said, we still do not have a vaccine at this point in time, and we don't have significant herd immunity, that is, enough people in our population who have had it to really protect those who are most vulnerable of having a bad outcome. So there are ways to mitigate the risk to any individual. The easiest way to avoid getting infected is to stay at home, which is how we get to housing. We consider a risk, a close contact risk, someone who has been within 6 feet for 10 to 15 minutes. That's a close enough distance that you can breathe in some of those contaminated air droplets, and that's a long enough period of time that you could get a sufficient load of virus to become infected. We consider people who live in the same household as cohorts. So if you live with your family, with a roommate, whoever, you all are sharing risk. You're all sharing the same surfaces that have been touched by those droplets. You're all sharing the same air. And so that's a cohort group, and that's the highest risk group living together. If you are living in an apartment building, though, it's not, your cohort doesn't include the person who's in the next apartment over. So if you're in a townhome or some other housing unit that shares a wall, it's only those individuals that are within your four walls, as it were, that are your risk cohort. People who are next to you or above you or below you have walls separating, and so the risk of aerosolized droplets actually reaching them is pretty low. Now, there certainly are risks from going out and going to the mailbox, but that risk exists for people who live in single-family dwellings too. Lots of other people touch your mailbox at any one point in time. There is somewhat of a risk if you have a shared heating and air conditioning system. That is, particularly now, when it's hot outside, people run their air conditioning, and what that does is recycle air. But again, most apartment buildings, most condominiums, many high-density housing have individualized units that provide the air conditioning for those units, and so there's really no additional risk in a high-density housing situation. From a health point of view, there's very much a huge risk associated with people who are experiencing homelessness. Individuals who don't have a stable housing situation either move from friend to friend to friend, and so they are experiencing lots of different risk situations from that movement, or they're living on the street and they don't have a stable housing situation. We do have groups that work to house individuals at night, places like Pacham and the Salvation Army, but again, those are large conjugate housing situations. And what we've seen in this pandemic is lots of risk of infection from people who are sharing those quarters, and one person becomes infected, and then we see lots of people in the situation become infected. So this is really just a plea that high density housing is the best way, one of the better ways that we can get affordable housing in our community. Housing has been identified by the community in our most recent community health assessment as an area that we need to focus on. That document is available on our website, tjhd.org. If you go over on the far left-hand side at the bottom, you'll see the map to health. That is a community-led process where we assess what our health priorities will be. We just completed that in 2019. It's been signed on by both of our major healthcare systems and by over 100 nonprofit and community organizations, including many government organizations. So I would urge you to go and look at what our health priorities are. I, again, am always in favor of improving housing and more affordable housing for our residents, particularly in the Charlottesville area. This is a really challenging area for people who are under-resourced or low-resourced to find affordable housing. And I think the more that we can do to support that, that will lower the health risk for COVID-19, but it will dramatically improve the health of those people who get permanent, stable, supportive housing. So I'd be happy to answer any questions either about COVID-19 and what's happening in our community or about housing and health more generally.
Mr. Stolzenberg, thank you very much for insisting that we get Dr. Bonds on. I think this was very helpful, so thank you. Questions. And I'll count to 3 before I move on, give you guys a chance to.
I have a question.
Wow.
In the Daily Progress, there was an article about possibly rearranging some street space to allow safe social distancing on city streets. Would that be a benefit for public health?
You know, anytime that we can get people out and active and moving around, that is absolutely a benefit. Again, being outdoors is a safer activity for COVID-19 than being indoors. When you're outdoors, we have air current that's dispersing those aerosolized droplets in a much more efficient fashion. When we're indoors, we're often in an air-conditioned area, and we're recycling that air essentially. So those droplets get to move around over and over again. Particularly for exercise, I think one of the big risks for gyms is that when you are exercising, you are expelling lots of air and lots of aerosolized droplets. And so I think to the degree that we could get people out and exercising because they have a safe place to bike or to roller skate or to just go for a walk in a physically distant fashion is great. I spent a lot of time in San Francisco early in my life, and they used to close the major street of Golden Gate Park down for rollerblading every weekend, and it was fabulous. And everyone came out and had a really great and safe time. And I just lost it. All right.
So, any questions? All right, well, Dr. Bonds, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Thanks. You're on mute, but you're muted.
There you go. Sorry, you actually all disappeared for a minute. Thank you for inviting me. I'm always happy to come and talk about the impact of housing and how we plan our cities and its impact on health. It really has a significant impact on the health of the community and individuals. So I really appreciate you giving me a few minutes of time.
Very good, thanks. Ms. Creasy, is there anything else?
Well, I think we're good with our with the NDS report. And if you're ready, it's time for matters from the public.
All right, so yes, I think we are ready. If there's anybody in the lobby waiting to speak, Joe Rice will recognize you and bring you in. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. You may actually get cut off automatically. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but if you can't keep it to 3 minutes, we may lose you. So, Joe, is anyone in the lobby?
Chair Mitchell, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, we've got 40 attendees in the lobby. One person is raising their hand, and that is Dan Murphy. And Dan, you have 3 minutes to speak. You will also see a timer visible for that speaking allotment.
Yep, unmute yourself.
Dan, you're on.
Okay, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to voice my support for the Flint Hill Housing Development Project. My more general interest is in supporting density wherever possible within Charlottesville. I think you guys, I've heard it discussed here before. We have a housing affordability issue. Anytime we can increase the supply of housing, that's going to help the problem. And this seems like a relatively high density project in otherwise unused land. So, and you know, I would fully support a high density development there. That'll lower housing costs sort of around the area. There's an even more direct effect on low income residents in the sense that there's a set aside for affordable housing units. So there will be even more direct cost reductions. for residents that need it the most. And then in addition to that, it's an integrated housing community with people of different income levels, which I think is another thing that the city's trying to support. So with those things in mind, I first want to voice my support for the development project. And I also want to add a note of caution. Some of my own research, I'm an economist at the University of Virginia, and I do research on issues related to gentrification. And one of the things that we see in the data is when interest rates fall, like we see right now in a low interest rate environment, gentrification tends to accelerate. The central bank, the Federal Reserve, has recently lowered short-term interest rates to 0. Mortgage rates are falling. Within the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to see an even quicker acceleration in gentrification, at least based on patterns we've seen in the past. And so whatever issues we've had are only going to become worse. And I think that projects like this are exactly what we need to help rectify the problem. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And once again, we're looking for comments that relate to things that are not on the formal agenda. So if you want to talk about the rezoning that we're going to talk about in a little while, wait until we get to that item, if you would. Joe, who else would like to speak? Mr. Rice, is there anyone in the line?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to unmute myself. Let's see, we do have one other. We have John Bugby. John, you have 3 minutes. I will promote you to panelist. Welcome to Planning Commission. John, can you hear us?
How's that?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Yeah, great. So I have just 2 questions also touching the Flint Hill development. One, I was looking through the packet earlier and noted the general requirement that when a waiver for critical slope and rezoning.
Let me interrupt you, John, if you don't mind. 2 things.
Yes.
We really like you to wait until we get to that part of the agenda to talk about that. So if you don't mind getting back in the queue when we get to that part of the agenda, that would be good. So our thinking will be focused on that. Okay. And that will be the next thing we get to.
That's fine. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
And we probably, my second point is that we probably will not get into a back and forth dialogue with you, but you can at least give us the questions as food for thought that you've got.
That was my intent, yeah.
Very good, thank you. All right, so if you don't mind getting back in the queue, we'll bring you back.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice.
Yes, I am back, and currently there's nobody else raising their hand.
All righty, then we will move on to the consent agenda. Are there any questions or issues or concerns about the consent agenda? If there are not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I just have one small issue. There's an item in discussing Barracks Road where I'm recorded as saying that I want more traffic on Barracks Road. I want less traffic on Barracks Road. Got it, exactly. Otherwise, looks good. Thank you.
You want more?
Would you like to make a motion?
With that, sorry?
Kyle, are you able to communicate at least which set of minutes that might be attributed to?
I bet I can, yes.
Okay.
Was it not the Chick-fil-A double drive-in?
It was not. This was Barracks.
Oh, okay.
Is it related to the smart scale application? Yes. Okay, we'll figure it out from there.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move with that amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved. Vice Mayor McGill, is council in session and ready to go?
We are.
All right. We will move into the second public comment session. And there is in fact only one item that we, one major item that we need to review. That one major item will we'll have to make 2 recommendations to council regarding this one major item. One will relate to a steep slope, I'm sorry, critical slope, and the other will relate to rezoning. We will deal with the vote will be on the critical slope first, and then we'll vote on the rezoning. But we will treat these things together as it relates to the presentation by the applicant, presentation by staff, and the comments from the public. I'll talk a little bit briefly about the rezoning first, since that's the longest. The rezoning is ZM 20-0001. We refer to that as the Flint Hill PUD. The property in question has frontage on 2 unimproved platted streets. That's Flint Drive and King Court. The applicant is seeking rezoning from an R-1S district, which is low density small lots, to a PUD, which is a planned unit development. There are 2 proffers related to this application. The first proffer relates to density. The density will not exceed 60 units. The second proffer relates to affordability. 15% of the units will be affordable, accessible to our residents who are between 25% and 60% AMI. The affordability is guaranteed for 30 years, and that would be via a restricted deed. So once again, we're talking 60 units, but they will be mixed. There will be townhouses in this development, and that could number between 34 and 44 units. And there will also be condominium-like units in this development, and that could range between 16 and 20 units. The density is going to be 6 units per acre. And this is a little less than the actual density that's recommended by the land use map. The land use map suggests that the density should be 15 units per acre. There will be 5.1 acres of open space associated with this development. Now note, under R-1S zoning, condominium style units and townhouses are not allowed. So hence the need to do something different here to make this work. The applicant is also looking to build a street to support the development. In order to build a street, council will have to go along with or approve the vacation of the platted locations. The platted locations at Flint Drive and King Court. We have to advise council as to whether such a vacation is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So I believe Mr. Alfie is managing this application. So a presentation from staff would be wonderful right now.
All right, thank you, Chair, Commissioners, City Council. It's good to see everyone. As the Chair said, tonight you are going to be holding a public hearing on a rezoning, and you'll also be making a recommendation on the critical slope waiver. These are 2 separate applications, but all connected to the same development. As the Chair stated, this is located on undeveloped land over off of Longwood Drive. There are 2 platted streets, King Court and Flint Hill, which are platted for single family homes. The developer, in this case, which is, go back up here, which is the applicant in this is Belmont Station LLC. The commission saw a very similar application a year ago. We have newer city councilors, so this application they have not seen. And of course, during questions from commission and council, I'm happy to point out any differences in what was seen last year and what's in front of you tonight. Some key features from the report is the proffered development plan, which in your packet should be attachment A, which would be the proffered development plan. And then there's a supplemental information. So in the proffered development plan, you're looking at 7 rows of townhouses in the general approximate location depicted within the PUD development plan. These will be 3 stories, 35 feet max height, plus 2 multifamily dwellings in the general approximate locations depicted within the PUD development plan. There's also a proffered use matrix, which would allow residential and related uses such as single-family attached townhomes, family day home, residential treatment facilities up to 8 residents, non-residential uses such as house of worship, ball fields, and swimming pools. The use matrix prohibits such uses as nursing homes, animal shelters, and gas stations. The proposed use matrix would allow multifamily dwellings, which is something like apartments or condominiums, single family attached, which are things like duplexes, single family detached, which would be single family homes, townhomes, and duplexes by right. Separately, the PUD narrative states that the development will provide both single family attached and neighborhood scale condominiums. Also within the PUD development plan, it states that an architectural review board will be established by the homeowners association to coordinate architectural styles. Part of this development is also proposing a private road to access the townhomes to the northeast of Flint Drive. These lots would be landlocked as they would not have frontage on any city maintained road. One note in this is that street requirements cannot be altered through a PUD. So you can't change, say, the width of a street because of your PUD. You need to follow all the subdivision and street standards in the current code. Having said that, private streets within a townhome development are allowed. There's one thing to correct in the report. I believe on page 17 of the staff report, it talks about not having sidewalks on the private street. The applicant has provided sidewalks in a later version, and that's on the development plan. You'll see sidewalks are provided on the private street. The 5.1 acres of open space, a sheltered 5-foot sidewalk located along King Court and Flint Drive, and the private street plus nature trails in the open spaces. On-street parking is also being proposed in this development. One key note is all the parking for the 2 multifamily dwellings would be on-street parking. The applicant is not proposing any on-site parking for those 2 multifamily apartments or condominiums. The layout would be a teardrop with a large kind of center feature. This is different than what's there right now. The streets that are platted there right now is a cut through street from Mosley to Flint, and then a cul-de-sac on King Court. The applicant would alter that slightly, but be in the general location. The preliminary landscape plan, this is also needs to be clarified, and the applicant can speak to this during his presentation. In the supplemental application, the applicant's providing 8 trees in front of the apartment buildings. In the proffer development plan, there's only 4. And the applicant has talked about correcting that so that the right amount of street trees are shown in the development plan. This would have been looked at if this rezoning were approved. Staff would look at that at the site plan level. It would have been corrected there too, but this is a good chance to clean that up. The applicant has indicated that there is no phasing of this development plan. It would all be completed in one phase. And one thing I wanted to mention before I started is we also have the city engineer, Mr. Jack Dawson, is at this meeting, and also our housing coordinator, John Sells, is at this meeting to answer questions, because one of the things that I believe Planning Commission, City Council will want to talk about is the proffered affordable unit of this. And one thing to bring up in a non-phase development is the code requires all public improvements need to be completed before the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. So the applicant has indicated they're going to complete all public improvements before they request a CO. So when you have multiple developers, which in this case you could have both the developer and Habitat, that's something just to keep in mind is, again, there's no phasing. So before they would even request a CO, all public improvements would need to be completed. The other thing I want to point out in staff's report is the applicant did hold a community meeting as required by the code. That meeting was held January 22nd at the Cherry Avenue Christian Church as part of the Fry Spring Neighborhood Association monthly meeting. Quite a few people were out at that meeting. Some concerns that came up about this development at that meeting was that some of the members who attended felt the density was too high. The city does not have the infrastructure to support more development, i.e. roads, sidewalks. Traffic will increase, parking would be a problem, and the development could change the character of the neighborhood. Also, Planning Commission and City Council, you've received emails over the last few days that came out after this report was written. A lot of those were in support of this development. Under staff's recommendation, so staff is recommending denial, and the denial is basically based off our current comprehensive plan. As we heard before this, we're in the middle of trying to update the comprehensive plan, but until that's updated, staff is using the comprehensive plan and the tools we have right now. And as part of that, this area of the city in the land use map has been designated for low density residential. And that low density residential is any density 15 DUA or lower, but it's also a type of housing. And townhomes and multifamily development is not considered low density residential under the current comp plan. So from that, moving to the critical slope, as part of this, when part of the rezoning, the applicant has also submitted a critical slope waiver, and that has to be heard at the same time as the rezoning. And again, you'll be making a recommendation to City Council on the rezoning and the critical slope. The critical slope application was reviewed by both the planning department, the city engineer, and our environmental staff. The planning department, the general land use plan of the comprehensive plan calls for the subject property to be low density residential, which I just talked about. To achieve this, the proposed development would have a DUA of approximately 6 and preserve over 5 acres of open space. To achieve this level of open space and stay below 15 DUA called for in the comprehensive plan, the development needs to be clustered and will impact critical slopes. As part of the PUD request, the applicant is also pursuing to close Flint Drive and Keene Court. If granted, the applicant would replat the roads in almost the same location to meet their needs. The majority of the proposed buildings and parking are outside of the critical slope area. The majority of impact to the critical slope comes from some sanitary sewer placement, stormwater management, and the grading for lots. Alternative site layouts may reduce impact to critical slope areas, but may also impact other development factors such as overall building arrangement, off-site parking, density, or housing affordability. The site layout of the current proposed development is dependent on approval of the previous noted rezoning application and road closure by City Council. When engineering reviewed this, their recommendation is denial of the critical slope waiver. And this recommendation, again, the city engineer is in this meeting, and I don't want to get into the technical aspect. Questions can be asked of him, but there's not a lot of information that is being provided in the application that engineering can hold the applicant to. And that is the main reason that the recommendation is denial. With that, I'm going to open myself up and other staff to questions, and then the applicant has a presentation. Chair?
Any questions from the university? Ms. Green.
So I have a question about when you said that this does not is not consistent with the comp plan. The staff report on page 11 of 22 says that staff finds the proposed rezoning is consistent with the comp plan for density, but not consisting with housing types. So was that an error in what you just said?
No, the density is 6, which is well below 15, but the housing type is townhome and multifamily.
Right. Yet there's an adjacent, and I understand the comprehensive plan, but we're talking about the character of the neighborhood. The adjacent, there is an adjacent PUD that does have duplex and townhomes that was approved. So that was approved as a PUD that wasn't in compliant or wasn't consistent with the comp plan as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I have a question about, and we just received an email about the engineering, and we did see something from this back, I don't remember, last year at some point. We saw this project come before us, but time is crazy right now. Was this engineering plan different than what we reviewed last year?
It's similar. So one of the main things when Planning Commission saw this a year ago, as part of their critical slope waiver at that time, they had a preliminary stormwater plan. And in that preliminary stormwater plan, the applicant stated they would treat all water on site.
Okay.
The new application, the applicant is not promising to treat all water on site. They're promising to use all stormwater regulations allotted to them by the state.
So that's the difference where now that engineering is not recommending approval for the critical slope.
I'll defer to the city engineer to give a little more information on that.
The interpretation that I get there is that they're leaving the door open to use nutrient credits, which doesn't do us any good when it comes to Moore's Creek.
Okay. All right. Has there been any, any change in this, the infrastructure, sidewalks, transportation, travel ways that had concerns about in the last iteration of this plan?
Yes, you have the introduction of a new private street.
Right, I know that.
Lots that are landlocked.
But to get to these specific streets, we're still going to the same place.
Flint and Keene are still, they're laid out in the same general location as they were in the plan you saw from us.
Okay, at this time, I don't have anything else.
Mr. Stolzberg.
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. Commissioner Green kind of asked them, but I've got a couple follow-ups on them. Could you, first of all, point me to where in the adopted comprehensive plan it recommends against, or specifically where it says single-family detached and single-family attached only in low-density areas? I'm control Fing for townhome and can't find it. But I did find that the housing chapter starts off with, city neighborhoods will feature a variety of housing types, housing sizes, and incomes, etc., which kind of contradicts what I assume that other part is from the land use section, but maybe not the abbreviated one that we publish as the comp plan. Is that correct?
So you have the land use map,
Mm-hmm.
and in the land use map, this area is yellow, which is low density residential. Mm-hmm. And then there's a one-page sheet, bear with me, I'm looking through the report, that calls out what is considered low density residential. That's what calls out the density and the type of dwelling unit.
I see. Is that in the report for tonight or just in the
It should be in the report. Typically, when the the land use maps quoted, typically staff will put that, you know, if it's low density residential, we'll put what that definition is. If it's mixed use, we put that definition because the definitions come from that page. I'm just trying to, it's typically in here. I don't know if I can search for it while I get another question.
I guess the other question with regard to stormwater, so you answered why it's different from last time. Is the reasoning behind that, and maybe this is a later question for the applicant and not for engineering, is the reason why it's not possible or not being requested to manage 100% of stormwater on site now because the stormwater impacts of the additional multifamily units are more significant? Or is it a cost issue?
I'm not sure I can answer that. Jack might be able to answer that. To go back to your previous question, Commissioner, on page 2 of the staff report, it lists comprehensive plan land use goal, and that comes directly from that document on what is considered low density residential.
Yeah, I saw where you could paraphrase it there, but I just simply could not find it in the comp plan. That said, I had a hell of a time even finding the comp plan with the new website. I have to say, the fact that I can't find any documents anymore makes it really difficult to do my job here, but not really relevant to this conversation, I guess. Well, a little relevant.
That's pulled directly from that reference.
Okay, thanks.
And,
so would you say that the comp plan itself is self-contradictory there between that part of the land use section and then the housing overarching vision that calls for a mix of housing types in all neighborhoods?
Well, I will say from our several years together working on the comp plan, our comp plan needs to be a little more work together with its chapters, and we definitely have some competing goals in the current comp plan.
This is Jack Dawson, the city engineer. If I could just speak to engineering's review of this, just sort of in comparison to the last year's, and just some comments I've heard. The plan, the plan is not a whole lot different when you look at the plan that was presented. Our issues last time, and this is from a year ago's memory, but essentially what happened last time is that the applicant said 100% of stormwater would be treated on site. We had some technical concerns about if that was feasible and proclaiming this at such an early stage and those sorts of things, which is, I think, why we recommended approval. Currently, what it states is that as much of the stormwater on site as is technically and economically feasible as determined by the applicant. What's, not that I don't trust the applicant, but what's economically feasible shouldn't be determined by the applicant because $4 might be too expensive for the applicant. Again, this is not I'm not trying to make an ethical judgment on the applicant here. It's just a statement regarding our ability to enforce some measure here. The other issue is that we don't have the authority as a city to approve, and Lisa Robertson can sort of weigh in on this if I'm misspeaking here, but we already have a program that's approved by the state. We, as the engineering department, execute the Virginia Storm Management Program and regulate it on behalf of the state. It's in the state code. And without we can require more rigorous requirements than they do, but the State Water Control Board has to approve those things. So it's hard for us to say, well, in order to protect the steep slopes, you have to do this. So the other thing I'd like to address is that this is a concept level plan. I'm not speaking for the applicant or the engineer, but I think it's pretty clear that this is not a final plan. It takes a fair amount of time to do all the comps and all these things here. So it's a little bit troubling it's not troubling. It's kind of a goofy situation to say, hey, applicant, you're at the concept stage in your planning zoning layout of this. Please present a thorough engineered plan to show how you're going to protect the critical slopes, which gets into all this future quantity issues. And so our perspective, Public Works Engineering, based primarily on the report that was provided by the applicant and not the plans, based on what's in there, essentially what they've said is we're going to do the best we can, and we're going to follow VSMP guidance, which is sort of the bare minimum. And there's some other issues in there that speak to specifically threats to the critical slopes, which is a little troubling to me. I'm not saying this is totally not going to work. All I'm saying is that the way this process is set up, where the applicants, the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate technical compliance on an engineering aspect that usually is done later in the process. It's extremely hard for us to say what they're saying makes sense, but it's not shown on the plan that this is actually what's going to happen. And then it's further harder for us to sort of, well, here's some conditions that you should place based on my impression of what their plan will likely turn into. And so if you look at the report, if you look at staff's report, my biggest complaint is when I referenced essentially the sheet flow. So number 4, that's my primary concern with what we're dealing with right now. And so I'm not saying none of this will work in the future. All I'm saying is we don't have an adequate level of detail to say, Planning Commission, you should recommend this because this is 100% going to work.
Cool. So I got 2 quick follow-ups to that. The first is, so I guess they said that condition they proposed was to the extent feasible with a minimum of 75%. What does it mean for it to be 75%? 75% of what? Is that, what they would have had to buy nutrient credits for if they didn't bother doing anything?
Correct.
Okay.
So in the state of Virginia, there's a little spreadsheet, it's called the VRM spreadsheet, which calculates the amount of nitrogen that leaves your site, which is the target pollutant. And so you crunch in the spreadsheet and it says you have to treat 0.4 pounds per year or 0.3 pounds. In Virginia, unless you have an impaired waters, which we don't have an impaired waters for nutrients in the city of Charlottesville, you cannot say, hey, you have to treat this on site. There's a whole list of things, and most of them, the trigger for not being able to purchase offsite credits is size, which we don't have any 5-acre sites in the city, and we don't have any 5-pound nutrient generating sites. So per code, you're allowed to buy nutrient credits. I'm all for, me and Charlie did speak about this, Charlie Armstrong, about sort of, he does a lot of work in the city, and so we've been talking about these things. And I agree with him that 75% is a perfectly reasonable goal, that they should be able to hit that. If something happens, they could find 3% over here, with another feature, and everything will work fine. The issue goes back to, I'm not totally sure that we have the authority, we being me and the Planning Commission, to say, we're gonna lump on further requirements to the state code. I think that's a good idea, but the way that the state, that's really more of a legal issue than an engineering issue. But I do agree with Charlie's, the 75% threshold that you probably saw through Charlie's email or what have you is a great idea. Again, my concern is because it's critical slopes, and critical slopes, water quality does not affect critical slopes. Water quantity affects critical slopes. And that's our concern here. And unfortunately, those are things that are developed further in the engineering plans where I could say, oh, here's how you do that. And then that's further complicated by our limits on our authority to require further metrics than the state provides. Again, it's hard when this is essentially a planning and zoning process that's wedged into a totally separate stormwater regulatory compliance. They don't work well with each other, but
so,
I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, and that's a perfect lead into my other question, actually. Couldn't have been better. What is the typical process here? Like, PUDs by nature are concept, like zoning level things, and obviously far from a final site plan where you need to do this technical analysis. So what does the city normally do when it's considering a PUD in an area of critical slopes, which I imagine is a significant portion of PUDs, given that that's part of why they exist? Do we normally do this at the same time?
So I can only speak to my experience here. I think Public Works Engineering has unanimously recommended denial of all of these things because of this goofy process. And there's certain ones where there's some obvious things that can be done there, especially when it comes to erosion damage control, which is more something you can lay out now because it's not as complex in routing and all these things. Stormwater is a little more dependent on. That is a good question. I'm sure every locality that struggles with putting front-loading engineering conditions struggles with this very thing, whether it's in Virginia or other states. This is just part of the engineering and planning don't always work together I'm sure there's a bunch of planners on this 70 thing, so I'm not going to talk too much about focusing just on 2 dimensions. But when, you know, it gets complicated when you do that sort of thing. So I don't have a good answer to that question.
Cool, thanks.
Can I just follow up to that real quick? Mr. Dawson, does that mean that it's not that the plan won't necessarily work? You just think that you don't know if you have the authority?
No, so it's 2 parts. The plan, there's not enough detail at this preliminary stage to demonstrate that the engineering side of it will definitely work. And I think the applicant and their engineer will say, yeah, this is a concept level. We're throwing large numbers at this thing, which is how the process works. The other part of your question, it's essentially, I'm not saying this is not going to work. It's just hard to detail at this time how precisely it's going to work. And then when you guys in 15 minutes ask me to give you a paragraph of how we're going to ensure all this stuff works in the future, that's extremely hard for me to do. And it's very hard to do because, for example, when you do what's called the energy balance, what the applicant says they're going to do here for the primary piped outfall, it's just an equation that says, here's your peak discharge in existing, here's your future peak discharge, and you multiply that by a ratio to get what you have to reduce it by. It would be, in theory, it would be adequate to say, I think we should use an improvement factor of 0.8 instead of 0.9 on the site. But I don't think that I have the authority as a city engineer to go above what the Water Control Board has already approved us to do in the city. And maybe me and legal have talked about, we can sort of make a little bullet that says, in these special exceptions, we can come up with, you know, but currently as it is now, that's the issue. So it's really a process of, we're in a preliminary planning stage here, but that requires sort of final engineering numbers, and then more of the complexities of the VSMP program.
Reverend Eaton.
Yeah, so what I'm gathering from what you're saying is the primary reason the staff is not recommending is there isn't the application is not complete because the engineering is not there to make a recommendation. So why, I guess my question is, why is it before us if the application isn't complete?
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that statement too much. In defense of the applicant, again, obviously from a business standpoint, if they got to design 90% plans before you guys give them the okay to do this, they're not ever going to do that. So they are in a hard place, and you know, stormwater constantly changes. So in 5 years, I'd expect the same team to have a lot more sort of buzzwords and thought process of, after working with us through this process and their next process, that these things will get ironed out. Stormwater always changes. Not being a local, I'm a little hesitant to say this, but Central Virginia is a little bit behind the curve in regards to keeping up with stormwater management, erosion sediment control, and sort of the modern standards. So we're playing a little bit of catch up here. I'm not saying that the applicant has totally disregarded their obligations here. They're doing what they can and trying to, again, I understand what they're saying. What they're saying in some of their text is not demonstrated on the plan. It's not impossible for that to happen. But when you say, oh yeah, take their word for it, I'm the city engineer, I'm sure they'll make it happen. We're not quite at that point, is all I'm saying.
Mr. Solo Yates. No, Ms. Dow, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I think overall I don't really have too many questions as far as I like the fact that we are getting more housing, but I do feel that we have still some kinks to work out. If our city engineer is saying that they've met the requirements, but staff is saying that they haven't, how do we go about moving forward with it?
Mr. Solo Yates.
Thank you. These were good questions, and it's been helpful to understand where we're at. 3 big questions. We've gotten a lot of public feedback about parking, surprise. As I understand it, this proposal will be fully parked to city requirements, though we've got some differences in how on-street and off-street are managed. And I don't have a clear idea of current on-street parking demand. Is this an area where we have a serious on-street parking problem?
So there is some on-street parking, I would say the development, especially Longwood to the southeast, has not had a parking issue. Those townhomes and duplexes have been fully parked. The applicant is providing, again, parking for each unit and some on-street parking. Staff does have concern that, again, all the multifamily parking would be in public right-of-way. There would be no on-site parking. And like I said, concerns during the community engagement meeting, parking did come up.
What is the concern with on-street versus off-street?
The main concern is that parking then becomes controlled by the city. So that's going to be a public street. So any change, so say you live in that and the city decides to remove the parking, it's taken away from the development and it becomes a public infrastructure issue.
Thank you. That's helpful. Those city people, they're maniacs. You can't trust them.
Hey, yeah. Hal, can I ask you a quick question relating to that? Because I'll forget. The parking will be parking on these streets that the developer is going to build. Is that accurate?
Yes. So the developer is responsible for building all the public infrastructure. So they have to build the public roads, the public sewer, public water, and the parking. It's just at some point in the development, the city would come in and take, it's built to our standards of the city as a community, we take over the maintenance of that, and that street goes into the public street network.
But we're making more, the developer is making more area available for parking. This is not parking that's going to consume existing.
So in theory, so they're putting the parking in place. The only concern that I think staff is bringing up is once that becomes a public street, that becomes public parking. That's no longer part of the quote unquote development. That is public parking.
I'm sorry, forgive me for interrupting.
These are good questions. Thank you. The dwelling unit per area and housing types, I've been digging through the comp plan 2013. It is defined in the glossary, page 9, though it's actually different from the land use map because nothing is the same in the 2013 comp plan. There's a different DUA definition, and there is some housing type definitions there, but it's very vague. So that's what I see. Do you see what I see?
I do not. I don't.
I didn't quite get the question.
Page 9 of what?
Page 9 of the glossary in the comp plan. So it's actually not in the text itself. It's in a separate PDF on page 9. And it's residential, low density. And there it says 12 DUA, not 15. And there is some housing type definition there.
Well, what point are you? I'm missing the point. Sorry.
So
I think that was my question about where it's okay to have up to 15 DUA, but they absolutely have to be single family detached and attached in the 2013 comp plan came from. And I guess that's where it came from.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, that's the basis for the recommendation for denial, which is, we've got what we've got.
Yeah.
The last question, state versus local. Do we know that the state can't do their job? Do they have a track record where they mess this up? I don't know.
Is that a question for Jack?
Yes. Hopefully you know the state better than me.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the Virginia Storm Management Program?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so Charlottesville is a MS4, which means we have a municipal separate stormwater system, which means we are required, we do not have a choice, we are required to administer the VSMP program for the state. So the state, you cannot ask the state to come in. They'll say, no, you're MS4, you're not doing your local duty if you're not doing this. So that's, David Frazier may have spoken in front of this, the Plan Commission before. He's the erosion sediment control VSMP administrator that works for me. And that's what he focuses on, is he deals with the state a lot. And this is what your guidance is. This is how we're interpreting it. This is how we're executing it, and those sorts of things. So the state, you can't ask the state to come in and do this for you because they'll tell us it's my job.
Okay, so we're following the state's protocols.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Lahindra.
A question for Mr. Alfel. Matt, after reviewing this application, does staff think that this design is an effective use of the planned unit development objectives as it's designed?
So I don't think staff can give just a straight up yes or no to that. There are elements of this design from an urban design standpoint that we do feel meet some of the criteria of the PUD. The homes on Flint are an example. That front on the road have rear loaded parking, so you have a better pedestrian experience than other portions of it. So I don't, in the report that's pointed out that, you know, there's elements of this that are really good design, and then there's elements that staff believes is not as good design. And of course, that's up for the applicant's gonna, you know, would argue with that. He feels the whole thing is good design. But as stated in the report, this type of design probably could be achieved through an R3 zoning, as far as townhomes, multifamily are both allowed in an R3. So I know that's not a clear up or down, but those are kind of there are elements that staff feels are good, and then there's elements that staff feels do lack a little bit. And the landlocked parcels were also a point of pause for staff, just because in typical townhome developments that say have a private street, that private street might be rear loaded alley access, but they still have front on a public street. They would have no public street access as far as the lots themselves. They would be completely landlocked.
What about the integration of housing arrangements and open land?
So that is an element that, yes, I mean, you're getting a denser development that's setting aside more land, but that comes down to a less DUA. So yes, there's that element. I believe staff would say is a good element, and that's pointed out, I think, more in the critical slope waiver, that you're preserving a larger swath of land than you would a by right development. A by right development, you would get a lot fewer homes taking up a lot bigger area.
But is that land integrated with the overall development?
Tacitly, you have trails to help integrate it. There's the new trail from the end of Longwood, what's called Longwood Park, that would connect to some of these wetlands that are at the bottom of the slope. But there's not necessarily in the application from last year, there was some more open space to the northeast that some of these newer townhomes would be in that location. So there's no programmed open space. It's all passive open space. I believe that's also pointed out in the report that you don't have any programmed open space. The applicant might speak to that during the presentation, that you have parks close by that they didn't want to include any active recreation.
And when there's a nature trail shown in the application, is that then a requirement as this goes forward through review?
That is so the PUD development plan is proffered. So that attachment A, that is the proffered development plan. That has, not only do you have the affordable housing proffer language, the density language, but the plan itself is proffered. And that's why it talks about in the staff report the general location, because you can have a little room to move, but your plan at the end of the day needs to look like that proffered development plan with the amenities, with the on-street parking, with the nature trails, and with the location, general location of buildings.
And in the application, is there anything that defines what that nature trail, how it's to be constructed, and what does a nature trail, I mean, is it complying with some sort of forestry requirements, or is there anything that defines what this nature trail is going to look like?
No, just in, that's again, as a body, just to make a recommendation, the proper development plan just calls out nature trails. And so there's no, yes, we as staff would love to have more detail in these proffers. And again, just as a reminder, you know, proffers are things the applicant is proposing, putting forth, not things that are being requested by the city. And so yes, you know, to have a really good detailed proffer statement is always helpful if we had trails that we built to X standard, but no, in this thing, it just calls out nature trails.
Thank you, Matt.
Ooh, Matt, a couple of questions for, well, one question for you, and maybe a couple of questions for Jack. On page 2 of your report, you worry a little bit about the impact on accessory dwelling units on the count at the end. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Certainly. So the application has a use matrix which calls out internal and external accessory dwelling units, but it also has a cap on density. So 60 units is their cap. So if you had, in theory, I'm not saying this would happen, but if you had 30 homes built, 30 townhomes, and each townhome did an internal accessory dwelling unit, that's counted as a unit. So they've hit their 60. So they couldn't build any more past the 30 units plus the 30 accessory dwelling units.
And would those accessory dwelling units be able to count towards the affordable units if they did that?
I don't think so. And we have our housing coordinator should be in the meeting too, but I think the deed restriction, I don't know how that would work for a deed restriction split between one dwelling with an internal or external dwelling.
Is the applicant, Charlie, you can just do this or this, is the applicant contemplating accessory dwelling units?
I'll address that one, thank you. Possibly, but only if a resident who purchases a house wants one. It's not going to be something that we contemplate having as part of the first construction of a house, and we had not contemplated doing any of those as affordable units. That's not the intent of what we're proffering.
But if we do that, Matt, that then does reduce the universe available for affordable units.
In theory, yes, it could affect your overall count. In practice, I don't think it would. I don't think you're going to have, again, 30 units do in a townhome type development, do an accessory dwelling unit, especially internal in a townhome. And also there's with the slope in that out, and then the applicant can speak to this too, as far as his history of building townhomes. I don't think you're going to see, again, in practice, an external accessory dwelling unit on a townhome, but it is possible with how the use matrix within the proper document is set up.
Yeah. Question for Ms. Robertson. Are we able to mandate that they treat all water issues on site?
So in my opinion, the answer to that question is no. And Mr. Dawson alluded to the reason why when he was addressing you. Under the state's stormwater statutes and regulations, there is a process for determining when and to what extent offsite measures can be used. And it's not entirely prohibited, but as you go through the stormwater planning process, the applicant has to demonstrate that certain criteria are satisfied. And if they satisfy those criteria, then offsite measures can be used. Within our local ordinance, we haven't altered those criteria by drafting something more restrictive and getting approval from the state to implement it as part of our local ordinance. So what we have going on here is a critical slopes waiver that process that sometimes doesn't feel right if you don't have the ability to require people to implement more than the bare minimum of erosion and sediment control or stormwater management measures, but a state statutory scheme in which, while you're allowed to require more than the minimum, you have to do it within an ordinance that's approved by the state. So it's sort of, as Jack noted, it's not a process that's working well together because you want to impose some requirements that'll protect the steep slopes, but you're choosing measures that are stormwater management measures that are specifically addressed in state law.
Question for Mr. Dawson. So at what point would you know whether this works for you? I mean, whether their water management plan works for you? I mean, is that site plan or?
Yeah, so it would probably be, and they're not required to do a preliminary plan, but so if they submitted a preliminary plan, at that point, we generate comments that says, this looks okay, conditioned on this. And then at the final plan, we work through all those final details. Again, I have one outstanding issue here, which is, I think they're item 3 or 4 about sheet flow, which is my primary concern. How I would give you.
I'm sorry, you said, what is it about what?
About sheet flow. So if you look at our report, it's under engineering, it's number, I referenced their numbers for listing their claims, and it's number 4. So what they stated was the applicant states water will sheet flow from behind the townhouses immediately adjacent to the steep slope areas. That's not feasible, and that's something that we usually argue about these things during a review. That's not insurmountable, but with what we have now, it's hard for me to say this is how you fix that problem. I'm not saying it's unfixable, but it's hard as an engineer to look at a preliminary plan and project how all these things get done in the future. I'm not saying it's not doable. It's just at this level of detail, it's hard to say.
So that is the one thing that gives you the greatest heartburn. The other.
Yes, correct.
Okay. At what point can you veto this, or can we veto this? I mean, is it at the final site plan you can say this doesn't work, or if we agree to move forward with this, recommend moving forward with this, and they start putting stuff on paper, is there a point of no return, or can you veto this at some point?
I don't think so. The issue with that is capturing sort of our projecting future standards or future metrics at this stage is just very difficult in engineering. And looking at this plan, sort of to mitigate my concern with the sheet flow, I'd sort of be appropriate with some kind of condition that says all impervious surfaces must drain to a structural conveyance and therefore be treated in a structural way instead of sheet flowing. That sounds reasonable to me. I've been in this profession a long time, and I've done it long enough to know that in 15 minutes, I'm gonna just realize what was real stupid about what I just uttered just then. And that's my concern with doing this on the fly. I'm not sure how I can tell you. I think that this project could work, but it's not demonstrated here. And I'm not sure how this process honestly works. If there's some point where, I'm totally amenable to moving this if it's possible. I'm personally totally amenable to moving this project forward and ironing out these problems. How I tell you a condition that makes me happy that that's going to get done is the challenge here.
Okay. I may ask you later on to repeat your mitigation to the sheet flow with the all impervious, blah, 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 verbiage again, just so that we can capture that.
I got that.
Got it. Lyle's got it. You're the man. Did you take a look at the email that the applicant sent?
Yes, I did.
And is anything in there, anything mitigating here? Anything make you feel better?
No, again, I think mostly, and I haven't read it in a couple hours here, but mostly it all makes me feel better. It's just the things that are omitted from that letter. That's the concern.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions for the staff? All right, would the applicant like to present?
Thank you all. I've got a short presentation, and though some of the questions that came up tonight will make it a little bit longer, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. Hopefully I won't go over the 10 minutes that you all recommend. But since we're addressing both rezoning and critical slope waiver, I might ask for a little leniency on that if we need it. I'm Charlie Armstrong. I'm with Southern Development and Belmont Station LLC, and good evening to everybody here, commissioners and councilors. Also here from our team are Dustin Green from Rowdebush, Gale and Associates, and Dan Rosenzweig from Habitat for Humanity of Greater Charlottesville. This is not the first time you've seen this, obviously, and we've kind of been over that. So if we can flip to the presentation.
And Joey, oh, there we go. Got it.
He had it.
Got it.
Thank you, Joey. And we can go to slide 2. The recap of what you all looked at last year has been made pretty well by everybody else. I'll just kind of close that recap with last year, Mr. Soli Yates made a motion to approve it, and Ms. Dowell seconded, and you all unanimously recommended approval to council. When it got to council, council had some concerns that were probably more political than planning. And those were that the affordable housing proffer was not enough units, and it was not a long enough term of guaranteed affordability. Another councilor or two were worried that the proposed park that we're going to donate to the city could become a city liability for maintenance and not as much of an asset as we as the applicant thought it would be. And another concern was that there was only one housing type proposed at that time, and it was townhouses last year. So since you've seen this, we've gone back for the last year and tried to figure out how to resolve those concerns in a way that still made a viable project. We've held additional community meetings and done a bunch of additional outreach. On the next slide. The first change that's different from last year is we increased the proffered affordable housing to a 15% minimum. Last year we were at about 10% or 5 units. So that's a pretty big change, and we are proffering it at a 60% AMI cap there to reach lower income folks than is often proffered. Those will have a 30-year deed restriction on them. Next slide. To make that work, we increased the total number of units to a maximum of 60. You'll see that the plan doesn't show 60 units, it shows 53. That's what we think we actually will get on the site. We don't think more than that fits, but it does provide some additional density for any owners who want to add accessory units. Since that was talked about, that's pretty rare in a townhouse unit, but it is possible. And I think it would be a good problem to have if we've got more people wanting accessory units than we have density here, but I seriously doubt that. In my experience, we would never get close to that. The additional homes there you see in blue, we added, those were not on the last proposal. Those are served by the private street. I call it an alley here, but it functions more like an alley, but it is technically going to be a private street. So it's a dedicated right-of-way and access. For the general user, they won't know the difference between that and the public street, but it will be maintained by the homeowners association. So that serves as the vehicle access for 14 of those 37 townhomes. Next slide. We also changed what were 2 rows of townhomes to 2 condominium buildings. These are small condominium buildings, 8 units each, and to provide more variety of housing type here. Architecturally, the goal is for those to be indistinguishable from the architecture of the townhomes. That's not really reflected in this watercolor because the architecture for those buildings has not been fully resolved yet. But as we've done with working with Habitat, we've made sure that all the units, both affordable and market rate, are almost indistinguishable. And I'm proud every time I go through Burnett Commons, for example, where you just can't tell the difference between what's affordable and what's market rate. The next slide. And this highlights that we removed that park donation proffer, but we maintained essentially the same area as preserved open space that the homeowners association would own and maintain. There would still be trails through it. Our goal here was preservation. There's some sensitive areas there. There's steep slopes, there's wetlands, and there's the bank of Morse Creek. We want that to be preserved, and whether it's a city park or privately owned open space with trails through it, it doesn't really matter to us as long as that preservation is accomplished. If we can go and leave this slide up, if we go into the critical slope waiver concerns that staff has, I regret that I had to send you an email today about this. It seems a little bit like Groundhog Day, both with this proposal and with throwing things at you last minute. And I think I hate that as much as you do. Unfortunately, the first time we saw those comments was when the Planning Commission packet came out. So it surprised us, since last time when this was before you, there was a recommendation of approval from staff. So we just weren't expecting anything different. And so I think we've worked together with engineering over the last couple of days and hours, really, to come up with some things that would resolve those concerns. I sent you those in an email. I can also paste them here to chat so that they're there for the record and for you all to read if you like. I'll go ahead and do that now. The sheet flow concern is one I haven't addressed here. I'm not an engineer, so some of this is a little bit above my level of expertise. But I know that no matter what you do here, whether you approve this with or without conditions or whatever you do, it does not change the fact that we still have to meet all the erosion and stormwater codes that exist in the city and for the state. I think, and I hope that this is the case, that those regs don't allow any water to discharge over that slope in a way that would be erosive or would damage that slope. That's not our intent, certainly. But since the backyards of those houses are below the road, it's hard to get that water back up to the road in a storm. So if roof drains need to somehow be routed around to the biofilter or some other solution come up with, that's technically difficult on a townhome, but either way, we would not be producing erosive velocities or quantities of water going down a steep slope. I don't think that would be allowed, and it's not something that we would engineer or design. So, and to reiterate, we still have to go through a full site planning process and engineering and VSMP plan approval process after this. This is step one of a long approval process. It does come back to the Planning Commission for site plan approval. After all of that work and engineering is done, you have to look at it and decide whether the site plan you're seeing meets what you approve prior. So hopefully that can give a little certainty. The other thing that came up is the trail. For the nature trail, those are sensitive areas back there. The trail would be intended to weave among existing trees and not clear any paths for trail. So it would be a mulched trail or some natural surface like that. Anything more intense than that would require grading and filling to create level spaces or going through wetlands. And that's not what we're proposing. So that hopefully that gives you an answer to the nature trail question. If you have further questions on the sheet flow issue, our engineer, Dustin Green, is here, and you all can ask him directly in the Q&A after this. He is the expert. I'm not on that particular issue. And now I want to turn it over to Dan Rosenzweig of Habitat for Humanity for a couple of minutes. They are our affordable housing partner here, and I'm sure Dan or I or our engineer Dustin can answer any questions you have after that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, Chair Mitchell, for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'll keep it quick. My name is Dan Rosenzweig. I'm the President and CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Greater Charlottesville, and we're really excited about this. We got involved. We watched from a little bit of a distance when this originally was proffered with only 5 units. We also saw the same applicant, the developer across town at Murray Avenue, have a proffer that would not frankly result in a lot of affordable housing. And so we figured if we got involved, we could leverage the proffered conditions of affordable housing and actually double the amount of affordable housing on site. So although the proffer is for 8 units, we have a contract that's pending approval of rezoning that would have us build 16 Habitat homes there. We're excited for a lot of reasons. This is a neighborhood that actually lays out very much like Belmont or Burnett Commons 3, where 18 Habitat families own homes, and they love it there. It works really, really well, and the layout is very similar. We love it because we're excited about the opportunity to pioneer a new housing type. So in case you all haven't noticed, there's not a lot of flat ground in Charlottesville, and there's not a lot of developers who are just giving away land for affordable housing. And so this, we're experimenting here with an up-down townhouse, basically front-back townhomes. And we've seen other site conditions like this across the county and the city where we think we could do the same. So a place like Old Trail, for example, which has extra allowances for density, but there aren't housing typologies that allow them to utilize that density. We're experimenting with that here, and this is after many years of conversations with our families, finding out what's really most important to them. And what's most important to them is that they can walk out. People don't want to buy a home by and large and live in an apartment. They want to be able to walk out and have their own earth and sky. So we actually think that this is pretty future forward design. The actual design of the building isn't done because until the rezoning is passed, there's a limit to how much we can spend on architecture. But we've done test fits, and we know it'll work well. We're excited too because we have been working really hard to push down the average AMI of our families. By intentionally going out and trying to find families with poor credit, long time issues of persistent poverty. And so the average AMI of applicants to our program that will, assuming you pass the, or you recommend approval and council passes this, is 32% of area median income. They're all going to be homeowners. The homes will be protected with actually 40 years worth of layered deed restrictions. That preserves the city's interest in longer term affordability. families gain equity at the end of the 40 years, they will have realized every penny of the equity on that home. So this is leveraging Southern's 2 projects to get significantly more affordable housing at a much higher quality for people of lower incomes where they can earn equity. So we don't just enter into any project, we actually enter into projects that we think are going to be really great for the families who purchase. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Green, no, UVA. Bill, do you have any questions?
No, I appreciate Dan's explanation, and I have no questions. Thanks.
Ms. Green. You need to unmute.
Okay, I couldn't, like Mr. Alejandro, I'm having trouble with the dual screens. So I have a couple things. First off, just a comment. It is council's, purview to be able to look at something in a political decision. Ours is land use, and I feel like it's totally appropriate, and it feels like we might have gotten a better project from what I see initially. I do have some questions about the reading this architectural review board that is part of the project, and I worry about the ad for affordability as with the architectural review board. Specifically, what we find is folks, after living there 5, 10, 15 years, if there's an architectural review board, how does that work with folks that are in the low income housing or more affordable homes if they don't have the monies for those repairs for an architectural review board based off of aesthetics? So I do worry about that. Do y'all have any response to that?
I do. Thank you for the question. We actually have for all exterior maintenance, either that's covered 100% in HOA dues and usually is in condos, or we at Habitat establish a maintenance escrow fund. We basically take a smaller first. It's essentially Habitat subsidy that accrues over time based on a schedule, and it's a mortgage escrow fund that is reviewed by an engineer. There are reserve studies done so that when exterior maintenance needs to happen, it's taken care of.
Okay. And then I have a question for Charlie. The park that is not a park anymore, but the preserved area, is any of that area going to be able to connect to any of the existing Rivanna trails?
Theoretically, yes, but the Rivanna Trail doesn't go through that area right now. It would be able to connect to the adjacent Longwood Park, which goes over toward Jackson Via. And of course, the nature trail also connects up to the new Flint Drive that we propose to build. Parks and Rec has a goal of extending the trail from the Jackson Via area all the way along Moores Creek to connect to Azalea Park. But I can't speak for their progress since I've last spoken to Chris, but they haven't had a lot of success getting the owners in between to give easements for that yet, but someday that's the goal.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to actually follow up right on that last question. I'm trying to understand why previously that was going to become a city park, and now it's not, but it's preserved open space, and how we as a city can guarantee that that mulch trail is maintained over time if we don't own it, and whether it's accessible to the public. You mentioned easements to the Rivanna Trail. Is there an easement as part of this open space that anyone can access it?
There certainly can be. Our initial goal with donating as a park was so that the city could do whatever the city wanted with it. I'll admit I was a little surprised that that was viewed as a potential liability by some of the decision makers last time. We're open to either one. If the city wants access or even ownership, we're open to both.
So to be clear, you're not donating it because the city asked you not to. That actually gets at kind of what my confusion was, because I figured giving it to the city means you don't have that cost yourself. Is that right?
No, I would say, I don't know if the city directly asked us not to give it to them. That was reading the tea leaves and interpreting some comments from city councilors last year when we presented this to them, was that the concern that that really didn't have value to the city as a park, and there was concern that they didn't want to take that on. Again, we're open to either. If a trail easement is what the city wants through there, great, let's do that. If the city would like to own it, that works too. We've done that in other places. We developed a small PUD not too far from here, and donated parkland that would have otherwise been PUD open space to expand Forest Hills Park there. So we're open.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems strange that the city wouldn't want that, especially because anyone who follows the Ravenna Trail Foundation a little bit has probably heard about the recent catastrophe where a major segment of the trail, the whole Dunlora neighborhood, decided to suddenly revoke public access to their trails. And I would not want to see something here, especially because I have heard of, notional plans to eventually connect that Longwood Park area onto 5th Street, which I think would be a really useful trail. So I hope that by the time this gets to council, you all can work that out. I also had a question about the Architectural Review Board. I believe that the application or the staff report said something about it's going to be architecturally a mix of traditional and modern architecture, which seems like all architecture. And that's what the ARB will, or the BAR in the city, of course, it's the BAR, will be enforcing. Why is that necessary? Is that just to fulfill that PUD requirement? And I mean, my biggest worry with the HOA BAR, sorry, I keep switching my acronyms there, is they historically, as we saw in a recent article in the press, block people from installing solar panels on their house, which seems pretty messed up to me, but it's something they do. And is there any way to prohibit them from doing that?
I'm glad to speak to that. There is a section in the PUD ordinance that encourages architecturally compatible designs, and I can't remember the exact language. Matt may know it better than I do. So that was a goal to get at that. Also, the intent here is we want to make sure that the market rate and the affordable houses do look compatible. We want to make sure that there's a requirement and that we can govern that one type of unit doesn't look like the other. That's never been a problem for us in our history working with Habitat. We've hardly even talked about it, I think, as far as what would be required. Habitat standards are very high for what they build. And to your solar panel point, I actually think that's illegal. I'm no attorney, but there are certain federal laws that are in play there unless certain very stringent requirements are met by the architectural board. We encourage them on every development we've ever done. Drive through Burnett Commons. I keep mentioning it because I love that place, but drive through Burnett Commons and look at also solar panels on the roof. So they are definitely not prohibited by any of the architectural guidelines we put in place.
Great, and that's good to hear. I will tell my coworker who lives in an HOA that is very mad about that at the moment. Last thing, as I recall, one of the big objections from the council, the previous council, when they reviewed this, and one councilor in particular who seemed to be leading the charge, I believe made the motion to deny, was I think what they called the suburban character, where there were front-loaded garages, as I recall, was the big objection. Do you feel that this proposal and maybe the modifications to this proposal since last year make it a more urban or suburban development relative to what it might otherwise be? I guess that's the question.
I definitely think it makes it more urban with the additional unit types and having small multifamily included in there. Also, that private street access is a more urban character, you know, not having the traditional public road frontage is a little different. It's something that works. It's something that we know will be popular. I think those homes will be among the first to be sold, actually. That's what people are going to demand, we think, because it's different. So I think it's a more urban design than we had last time. I have some philosophical differences about this being a suburban layout with that former counselor, but that's neither here nor there. But I hope that answers your question.
Yes, but it did raise a new one. So I think Matt mentioned that now there are sidewalks on that rear alley or private street. But from the initial plan, it sounded to me that it was, the concept was that it was to be something of a Wooner style street where cars kind of intermingle with pedestrians. And I guess critically, where the street is designed such that cars won't go fast down it. And obviously they don't have very far to go. But are there any, design elements of that street, for example, stamped concrete instead of, asphalt, something like that, that would push driver behavior towards that? Or is the idea that, there's only 6 households back there and they'll figure it out between themselves, or just that they'll use the sidewalk now that exists?
The idea when we first proposed this change was that it would be kind of a mixed space where it's just impossible to go fast in a vehicle on there, and it could double as a play space for kids, a place to ride bikes, obviously skateboards, whatever, and that the driveway and semi-private spaces adjacent to the houses would blend with that semi-public street. Unfortunately, city code requires that any townhouses front on a private street, that is not negotiable. It can't be an alley. That's what we were trying to do in the first place, was an alley, and we didn't know code well enough. And the city code also requires private streets to have sidewalks, and that's not negotiable either. So we had to add those in a later iteration, which is what you're looking at now, because of code. I'd rather have it be a less formal space than it is, but it still works okay.
So in that case, with the sidewalks, does that remove the ability to make the street space a shared space feeling place?
I think it's going to feel like a street.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. That's all I got for now.
Reverend Heaton.
Yeah, I really hope that we're able to pass on to the council something that they can work with. I agree with Lisa that it's a better proposal now than it was last time, and I feel like with the staff recommendations, I'm hearing a lot of mixed messages. So the only questions I would have for the developer is in your redesign, was all of the design features that you put in response to the council's feedback to you, or did you discover how do I say ordinances that required what you had to do? Would you have done that had the city not given you the feedback?
That's a tough question. I wouldn't say that the additional density that we're proposing, the going from a max of 50 to a max of 60 units, I wouldn't say that was directly in response to council's discussion, but it is what enabled the increase in affordability to be proffered. So indirectly, yes, but that was kind of our solution, our way to make it happen. The design of the private street that serves those additional units there is, it just is what it has to be. It's not specifically in relation to any comments we've heard from council or planning commission. It's just designed as required by code.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dowell.
I don't have any questions. I do want to iterate that our city definitely needs affordable housing. So I do want to say that I am definitely still in support of this plan. One of the concerns that we've already addressed, I just want to be transparent, is also the water quality issue. I think, Charlie, if we could figure out a way to where we're not paying credits, that would satisfy a lot of the concerns that I saw, not only in email, but also from myself and from other commissioners.
Mr. Sullivan.
Two questions. First off, I was surprised to see a change in how the water management is in this proposal versus what we saw in the last year. Can you help me understand why the change? Was it a structural issue? What changed?
Yeah, some of it relates to an experience we had again with Burnett Commons Phase 3. In being required to do everything 100% on site, there's a risk that we're exposed to. I'll give you the example, and hopefully this explains where we're coming from. At Burnett Phase 3, we got to the very end of the project. All the houses were built, all the roads were built, everybody was living there, and all we were doing was closing out the performance bonds with the city and getting roads accepted, making sure everything precisely met what the plan said it was to meet. And in that process with engineering, we discovered that quite literally a couple of the downspouts on some houses weren't discharging exactly where we had planned for the discharge in the stormwater plans from before the first house was ever built. So that meant that the water, instead of turning right and going to the biofilter that was supposed to go to, that water from that downspout turned left and went somewhere else. So the calculations got thrown off, and we had to redo all the calculations for water quantity and quality for the subdivision. And it wasn't a problem for water quantity, but it did mean that we had to buy a fraction of a pound of credits for Burnett Phase 3. So I worry about those unexpected little construction issues that you have to solve some way, and it's much better to solve them by buying an almost insignificant amount of credits than by trying to go in and rip up a house or a yard or something to make one downspout worth of water go where it was supposed to have gone.
Great. Question about affordable housing. More typically we think about rentals. We don't think a lot about affordable home ownership. What are the meaningful differences? What is better about one versus the other?
Well, in Charlottesville and every municipality, you need a whole range of housing alternatives. It's not just apartments, and it's not just the typology, but it's the ownership type as well. If there's no opportunity for people to move from rentals to home ownership, then you have stagnation and lack of dynamism in the system. I'll give you an example. Of the 50 some odd families, I think there are 54 families right now working their way through our program. About 36 of them are in public housing at the moment. And so by having home ownership opportunities for people to move through public housing, it actually opens up space in public housing, which begins to solve that logjam as well. The other piece too, which is why I'm at Habitat, has to do with the racial wealth gap in the country and in Charlottesville. Just like in the country, African-American wealth is 1/10 that of white neighbors. And that almost all has to do with home ownership. The rate of home ownership, African-American home ownership, has dropped 25% in the last 2 decades in Charlottesville, while it's risen by about the same amount for non-African Americans. And so I'm a little concerned that we're underinvesting in home ownership and rehab. As you said in your report earlier, because of redirecting money to the COVID crisis, probably rightfully so. There's no city money in the budget last year or this coming up year to support affordable home ownership. So I think this is an incredibly important opportunity.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anything else? You know? Okay. So, couple of questions. There's a little there seems to be some gnashing of teeth. Yes.
Frantically gesturing.
I had.
Did I skip you?
You skipped me this time. You skipped me this time, Hosea.
You know, yeah. I can't see you.
Can I express myself now? Or
oh, absolutely. It's
okay.
your turn.
I have a I'm the density, the affordable housing. I'm all that is good for me. I have a concern that I wanted to express to Charlie, and it's the core of why I hesitate about this plan. One of the advantages allowed by a planned unit development is the fact that you can cluster buildings to allow then open space. And the purpose is for that open space to be an amenity for that those clustered buildings. The connections between the buildings here and the open space seems to be hanging on one tenuous nature trail. And in my experience with constructing nature trails out of Camp Holiday Trails, very mountainous area, kids use the trails. It's not a matter of putting down some mulch. I'm glad to know that you're wanting to preserve those the features, but trails can quickly become nothing more than channels for directing water downhill if it's not constructed properly. So, and right now that's the only connection. I'm sorry to see that the plan does not provide more connections between the buildings, the housing, and the open space, so that it can be used as an amenity, and it's a convenient amenity for the residents, instead of something that's down the hill and really even unseen. Anyway, that's the concern I wanted to express, that I really wish this plan unit development took advantage of what's allowed by the regulations. That my concern.
If I may, I have a couple questions related to that. So I know the inside of the teardrop is a biofilter. Is that also usable space for like neighborhood kids to throw a ball, or is it kind of not? I mean, what is a biofilter? I guess, is it like tall grass you can't really walk around in, or?
It depends a little bit on the surface treatment. We have built some biofilters that have a grass surface for water to go through, and in dry times it's usable, and wet times it's not. Other ones that I think are more common are mulched and planted. Biofilters do require some plants that kind of keep the soil media that's below grade it keeps it alive, keeps it doing its job. So there are options there. I'd like it to be as much usable space as we can. It depends a little bit on how large the facility will need to be to treat stormwater, and then also on the surface treatment. And Mr. Alejandro, I see your point about the large open space and wanting it to be accessible and used. And what we ran into was any attempt to do that in a more programmed way really compromised environmental goals that we had way too much. it's more of an environmental amenity to the community at large, and this new neighborhood too, but to the community at large, than it is a programmed amenity for people to go and play soccer or whatever, because of all the wetlands, the adjacency to Moores Creek, and then the steep slopes. The steep slopes are what prompted us not to provide multiple points of access from the end of the teardrop, for example, because in order to do that, you have to build a staircase down those steep slopes. I'm pretty sure Mr. Dawson would not have liked that proposal. And I think it would have impacted more slopes than is necessary. So it's only a half a block to walk up to where we propose to connect the nature trail at Flint Drive, and then walk down the gentler slope adjacent to Longwood. I don't disagree with your desire for that. I think that's a great desire for those open spaces, but in this particular one, the characteristics of that land just didn't lend themselves to that kind of use.
Okay. So once again, a couple of questions. Remind me, why didn't we do an R3 as opposed to a PUD?
That's a little bit tougher because there's so many details within the ordinance, but the R3, my impression of the R3 is it's more oriented toward a multifamily only kind of use. Not exclusively, it does allow townhouses and other housing types, but it also has a lot of other restrictions that would not have allowed some of the creativity. And this is a debate that Matt and I have had a couple times in the past, but it's different setback requirements. And R3 has much more stringent and significant setback requirements than can be arranged with a PUD. That was the first thing that turned us toward the PUD. It's also up to 21 units per acre. And so I feel pretty confident in thinking that staff would have said that does not meet the comp plan for the area because it's too high of a density. But the PUD just offered more flexibility to do something more creative with different setbacks that allowed the building orientation that we have here.
And question for you and for Dan. There is a little gnashing of teeth regarding the phasing. And we've got 2 developers attempting to do this. And you want to do this all in one phase. How are you guys going to work this out?
Charlie, why don't you take that one?
Go ahead, Dan, if you want to, but I can add if you like my perspective after.
Well, we're actually experimenting with something a little different here too, because it's such a tight site. And because our goal now that since we're moving into Southwood is to actually double our production in the next few years, we are actually going to contract with Southern Development, and they're going to donate all but overhead and do at least the shell of the buildings. And hopefully we'll be able to come in with partner families and do sweat equity on the interior of the building. But it's a tight site to have a couple of different builders. And we'd like to be utilizing volunteers and our staff to be building elsewhere at the same time that these are being built. There's a huge need in the community, and so this is a tactic we're looking to do to utilize to be able to increase our production.
You really feel good that you can do this all in one phase, together, working together that way, and using volunteers?
Well, as I said, the vast majority of our units are going to be built by Charlie's guys, and we'll come in, we hope, with an opportunity once the buildings are built, to bring volunteers in and most importantly partner families in to do some of the interior finishes, because sweat equity in your own home is a really kind of an important piece of our program.
Yeah, that helps. I had a hiccup. I didn't hear the Charlie's going to do all the work, most of the work. Got it. Charlie.
And some clarity is one phase does not mean that all the buildings get completed on the same day. It means that all the infrastructure gets installed and completed before the first person moves in. Really, that's what it is.
Quick question, and I'm just asking for clarity purposes. Are the only affordable units that you're providing on site going to be through Habitat, or are you going to have other affordable units at less than 80% AMI available to people who are not in the Habitat program?
In this project, we're proposing only Habitat as our affordable housing partner there.
Okay, and I love the Habitat program, but in moving forward, I think it would be very socially conscious of you to remember that people need affordable housing that aren't just in the Habitat program. You know, that is one source. So I still support your program and definitely love the Habitat program. I've seen it work for people that I know personally, but I also know that we shouldn't have to go through a program to have affordable housing. available to us.
I completely agree with you. The one thing that I like about at least the way they're thinking is they're thinking of building wealth. And this is an opportunity to build wealth in a community that needs to begin building as well. So are there any more questions that anyone's got?
One quick question, and I'm confused a little bit. The plans that I looked at online, well, that we were sent, did consider that, or did say that the middle of the teardrop is open space. And maybe what I just heard the question answered about that is that it may not be usable as open space. Charlie, can you clarify that for me? Because as I look at it, every plan I've seen, it says open space. But what I just heard you say is it's a biofilter that may not be open space.
To clarify that, it may not be 100% usable, agreed. I think partially it will be occupied by some storm water facilities, including that biofilter. I don't know exactly how much, and I would like the surface of that biofilter to be sod if we can make that work throughout the whole thing. We want to have places that people can throw a frisbee or just sit and picnic or that kind of place. So that is the goal there.
But so tell me what I missed when I read this. When I looked at page or exhibit attachment B for the plan, let's see. It specifically says open space. I somewhere missed that this is not going to be open space.
I think it's just a terminology question. The open space is not occupied by infrastructure like roads or not occupied by buildings.
That is not a terminology question. We look at open space and we think open space. A biofilter is not open space. I mean, that's something, that's an engineering term for water, and I get that, but I'm sorry, that is not a terminology. When we look at and we're looking at open space, it's clearly defined. I mean, open space.
Lisa,
means something. And so Lisa, I'm with you. When I think open space, I think that's somewhere where kids and adults can go out.
Right.
They can play, especially during a time like this where we don't know when they're going back to school to be able to play.
That's right.
Around somewhere to be active.
Just for clarification, open space does have a definition in a PUD. So section 34493A talks about what is considered open space for a PUD.
Can you let us know that? Because I didn't see biofilter anywhere.
So as used within this article, the term open space shall mean land designated on an approved development plan for a PUD as being reserved for the use, benefit, and enjoyment of all residents of the PUD. Such open space may consist of common areas owned and maintained by a developer or nonprofit corporation or property owner association, and or any parkland, hiking trails, drainage area, or similar areas dedicated to the public and accepted by the city.
So it can be drainage.
Yes.
And it looks from that attachment B, like the steep slopes are also labeled open space.
Mm-hmm. But that's in the preserved area.
Yeah. And I guess I have a question, because open space is also defined in the general definitions in 34-1200 as land or water areas left in undisturbed natural condition and unoccupied by any building lots, buildings, structures, streets, driveways, alleys, improved parking, sidewalks, and other improvements. Is that overridden by the PUD requirement or PUD definition? Or
Yeah,
is that,
Yeah.
They're going to use the PUD definition for
Right.
you.
Okay, thanks.
I guess I'm just looking at it and I look at all of these and I get the definition where it said it can be, but I'm looking at all of these exhibits. Only one and the beautiful renderings, and I'm not seeing anything but where somebody could go out and have a picnic or play with your kid. And you know, Tania said it best. I mean, here we are in this time. We just had our health department lady come and talk to us about how important it is for us to get outside, and that's the healthiest place to be. And I don't see where that is anything but usable open space, not drainage. So I'll end there. I'll save the rest for my comments, but I'm a little disappointed and through these questions, this is what I feel like came to light.
Right, are we ready for the public comment section, or are there any other thoughts?
I got one last one, sorry. Does the trail connect through to Camellia via the one lot that's on Camellia? Because I see it's a half mile to get to Azalea Park via Mosley. But if you could cut through there, that would be like a lot faster, probably a quarter mile.
We did not have any plans to connect a trail up through that lot. That lot, when you're driving along the road there, it looks just like every other house and yard in there, and it's got a very steep backyard to get down to the lower open space. Technically possible, I suppose, but it didn't seem like a natural connection point. I think it'd be much better to try to get to Azalea along the creek.
All right, Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, is
sir.
there anyone in the lobby that would like to speak? Anyone in the lobby
Chair
that would like to
Mitchell,
speak?
Chair Mitchell, we do have actually now four attendees that would like to speak. The first will be Jason Halbert.
All right, Jason, I'll remind you that you've got 3 minutes, so please. Jason, you're muted. You'll need to, there you go.
Yeah, it rejoins you and it takes you off.
Okay, all right, you got 3 minutes, mate.
Thank you for the public comment session. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason Halbert. I'm the co-president of the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself, not as co-president. I support this proposal in concept. I think you've highlighted some of its shortcomings, which are process related mostly because the applicant is not going to develop full drawings and plans at this stage of the process. I agree that's a shortcoming of our process. I think you're spot on with the stormwater. I've never seen a biofilter you can have a picnic on. You can take a look at some here in town. They're not picnic areas. I think the city should take the land. I think that would be a mistake. They took the land in Fry Springs here and made it a park, and it's now a great trail. The connectivity from this neighborhood to Azalea is perfect. It's right in line with what the neighborhood is trying to do and what the 5th Street VDOT corridor study is looking at as well. The density is great. I think the partnership with Habitat, it's awesome. You guys should be applauding this and supporting it and pushing it through to City Council. I think that covered everything. Yeah, I think it's great. I was really impressed that the average AMI will be 32% if Dan's numbers are correct. That's impressive. I think you guys should approve this and push it forward to City Council with noting the stormwater issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Mr. Price.
Chair Mitchell, we have 6 attendees with their hands up. Next to speak is Latita Talbert.
Good evening, Latita. You've got 3 minutes. But you're muted.
I'm sorry, it kicked me off, but I'm back on. First, I'd like to thank everyone who's in support of this low income partnership. It's hard to get people to understand or feel embrace low income situations or persons of that situation if you've never been in that situation. Being overhoused or paying high rent and barely making ends meet, I think that this is something that, you know, you guys should approve. COVID just pushed through the surface like a black head or a white head spilling over and showing us that the need is greater than what we think it is. You know, we have so many people that's struggling right now with rent situations that can't make ends meet, $1,500 and $1,200. And, you know, with the COVID virus, you know, it's really, really hard out here. I was one who went through the Habitat program, and you know, I didn't struggle as much as my neighbor may have struggled because my rent wasn't as high as my neighbor's. I mean, my mortgage wasn't as high as my neighbor's mortgage, and so, you know, Habitat has a plan. You know, they're not just giving away homes. You know, it's a process that you go through. You know, they teach you budgeting. They teach you how to save your money, clean your credit up. You know, you got sweat equity. You going out here and you working on your house. You're putting something of yourself into something that you're going to own for the rest of your life. It's creating integrity in people. You know, I just want you guys to just think about, you know, all of the people that are low income that's renting from slum landlords. You know, I want y'all to think about how people are paying $1,250 monthly, you know, and homeowners are not doing any work on the houses, how landlords are renting for $1,100 a month, you know, and people having to deal with roaches and, you know, infestations and things like that. Or homeowners that's intentionally renting, you know, to Section 8 voucher holders, and they know that there are things going on in the home. You know, this gives a new homeowner the opportunity to live worry-free. It gives them an opportunity to be able to say, this is mine. There's a need in the community, and if we can't supply, you know, help for the community, then what are we doing? So the gentleman said earlier that going forward amendably, I think that sounds good. I mean, even if you have to go forward with a memo of understanding or even both, I'm supporting and I think you guys should approve it. It's a great opportunity. It's going to build a great relationship. You're servicing the community. You can't do it all by yourself, but just think, I think it says 16 houses that's going to be built. That's 16 people of low income that we don't have to worry about that's going to become homeless, or, you know, 16 people that we don't have to worry about educating, you know, that's not going to go out here and buy a house without the education that Habitat provides for a homeowner. And so I just hope you guys think about that as you move forward. It'll be a huge burden lifted for the community, that 6 people can say, I'm moving forward in home ownership, and this is going to be mine. And I mean, it leaves an influence on the community. That's all I have for you.
Very good, and thank you very much, Latita.
You're welcome.
Mr. Rice.
Chair Mitchell, we have up next Josh Karp.
All right, Josh, welcome in. You've got 3 minutes.
Sorry, I think I'm back. I think I'm mostly going to be preaching to the choir here, but I think it's not a bad thing. So a phrase that we heard a few times during this discussion and at every discussion like this is the character of the neighborhood. And I was thinking about that and the character of my neighborhood. I live north downtown, and it's really beautiful here. There's trees, there's parks, we're close to the library. The character of the neighborhood is really nice. And after living in an apartment here for a few years, I thought maybe we could sort of settle down here and buy a place in this neighborhood. And I went on Zillow and I started looking at home values and I was like, never mind. In my neighborhood, just to buy a vacant lot for a pretty modest single family home would cost right now $400,000. So it's great to have neighborhoods that are pleasant, but the question always is pleasant for who? And I make a good salary and I can't afford to live anywhere but an apartment here, which by the way, nothing wrong with that. So I think we should always prioritize a neighborhood whose character is judged by who gets to live there, not by what it looks like when you drive past in your car. A few things have already been said, but I just want to emphasize about this development. The affordable units are great. I've come to a lot of these calls and there's a small number of units that are affordable at 4/5 AMI, which that's a lot of money. I don't know if I've been following this kind of thing for maybe a year now, and I don't think I've seen anything catering to people at below 60% AMI in the city, maybe hardly at all. I think it's unique and it's great. We should do much more of this. And then I think I read that the development is close to one or a couple of bus lines. And again, this is great. People always complain about parking and traffic because no one likes not being able to park or being stuck in traffic. And if we can house more of our community next to transit and close to in walking distance of downtown, that's fewer people in cars who need parking, who are clogging up the roads. I can't speak to the water issues, but I think we can work those out. I think we have to try and work them out. And overall, I think it's a great project, and I hope you can approve this and get it to council in a place that they can vote for it. Thanks for the time.
And thank you very much. Mr. Rice.
Okay, up next we have Dan Murphy.
Dan, good evening. You've got 3 minutes. And you just muted yourself.
Okay, thanks for letting me speak. I think I'll be reiterating to some extent comments I had made earlier, but just to go on the record. From this discussion, it seems to me that everyone understands we need density. I want to commend the developer for putting forward what looks like a really good faith effort to meet the needs of the community. My hope is that the city will see this good faith effort and put forward their own good faith effort to do everything that it can to push this project forward. Hopefully we won't let the perfect be the enemy of the incredibly, incredibly good. I also want to speak to, I get the sense that we all understand we need more housing in Charlottesville. That's going to make things affordable for everybody across the board, but the situation is indeed incredibly dire. In the following sense, we're in a low interest rate environment. When interest rates are low, gentrification tends to accelerate. If we want Charlottesville to be a place where low income residents can continue to live, we need to do something about it. And not only that, I think this project is unique because it focuses in many sense on home ownership. There are a couple of conditions that tend to lead to acceleration of gentrification in a low interest rate environment. One is when low income households don't have access to credit, and another is when low income households tend to not own, when they tend to rent rather than own. What that means is that when interest rates fall, it's people that have access to credit and have the collateral, the wealth to be able to then purchase a home, they're the ones that tend to move out and displace low income residents. So it's not just enough to have people renting temporarily. We also need home ownership, not only for the reasons I think that Dan Rosenzweig mentioned, but also because if we want to slow down gentrification and reverse it, not only do we need affordable housing, we need affordable home ownership as well. So everything I've seen about this project seems incredibly productive, and I really do hope, as an outsider just looking at the city, that this is something that the city would do everything that they can to try and make this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair Mitchell, up next we have Angel Turner.
Angel, welcome. You've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello. So my name is Angel Turner, and I'm going to be talking about the Flint Hill project today. I live at 226 Burnett Street here in town. And I just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about myself. So I grew up here in Charlottesville, partially in the Hardy Drive neighborhood, because originally I'm not from here, I'm from Miami. So it's a big difference. It's the same thing down there like it is up here. It's just worse with crime. I just wanted to let you guys know that my community was developed by Southern Homes Development, and the same people that are trying to create Flint Hill neighborhood are the ones that partner with Habitat for Humanity for this project. And it includes 25 affordable homes here in my neighborhood. And my neighborhood is diverse, like everybody talks about that they want. We have African Americans, Latinos, Asians, people from Africa, Afghanistan, and other nationalities. But also, and that's what makes my neighborhood a great place, because my son gets to experience some of the same things I experienced before I even moved to Charlottesville, because in Miami, it's a lot of different cultures and nationalities, and you all just kind of, live together and get along, which is the same thing that my son gets to experience here. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I want to give you guys some facts today. So back in 2000, there was a 25% decrease in Black home ownership in the city. Again, it's 25%. That's really low. I don't agree with that because that's not right. During that time, white home ownership had went up and increased by 20%, there's nothing wrong with that, but everybody should be included if this is to be an inclusive city. I feel like we must support the investment that the developers at Southern Home Development and projects like this that are creating affordable home ownership opportunities to reverse this trend, or at least stop the bleeding of low wealth families not being able to afford housing in Charlottesville. Excuse me. The road we're taking is an ugly one. If we continue, this city will not be a multi-cultural city. It will be clearly owned by nothing but whites. And it's great that we're spending all this money on fixing public housing, building more low-income rentals for Friendship Court and other affordable home ownership options and opportunities. But we want to ensure that people of color and families like mine will have a permanent place to live and call home in Charlottesville. I would say, please consider making the change that will affect our children and our children's children and your children and their children for generations to come, mainly for affordable housing and also breaking the back of racism, because racism also goes inside of affordable housing as well. Thank you so much.
Angel, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Excuse me, Chair Mitchell, we have 3 more attendees with their hands up. Next up is Sandra Urksa.
Sandra, welcome. You've got 3 minutes. But you'll need to unmute your mic. Nope, still muted. And you are still muted, Sandra. All right, Joe, why don't we come back to Sandra and let her get a chance to deal with the mic and go to the next.
Let me see, Chair Mitchell, let me see if I can ask her to unmute while she's in.
Oh, she's in, she's in.
Perfect.
You're in, you got 3 minutes, welcome.
Oh, okay. Can you see me? No.
I can't, and something's happened to my screen. Joe, have you done something?
Start my video.
Well, go ahead and start talking, Sandy. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead and talk to us.
All right. Well, my name is Sandy Urksa, and all of you should have received my full email letter last week. Oh, it says unmute? Oh, no.
No, you're good. You're good. We can, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. And there are a few points that I would like to reiterate. And my husband and I have lived in Charlottesville for 49 years, and we've always lived in Fry Spring area. The last 47 years in our home on Shasta Court. And this development will have a large impact on the neighborhoods of Azalea Gardens and Longwood. We know the property will be developed, but increasing the number from 13 to potential of 60 is a lot to ask. The 2 residential access streets of Mosley and Longwood drives will have to accommodate all kinds of vehicles for this large development. And it's not unrealistic to expect that there will be overflow parking spaces needed. And these two streets will have to absorb that overflow. And it's not fair to the residents who live there. And I don't live on Mosley or Longwood. I suggest that you do a traffic study to estimate the number of vehicles that will be added to the street. It's likely that the property values of the existing homes in the immediate area will decrease. Would you buy a home there knowing this is going to be built in your backyard? The city pushes for home ownership. How many of these units will actually be owner occupied and not become rentals or illegal Airbnbs? And the request was made for the critical slopes waiver. What will be the effect of this development on the land itself? And where will contaminated water runoff go? And what will happen to all of the wildlife that live in the woods? The negative effects of increased traffic, congestion, noise, decreased safety on the roads, decreased property values, and loss of green space will forever change the character and integrity of the neighborhoods of Azalea Gardens and Longwood, in which my husband and I live in Azalea Gardens. We request that the rezoning application for Flint Hill be denied, but if it isn't denied, then significantly reduce the total number of units that will be built. I think traffic is a very big issue here. Thanks for doing this Zoom. This is a new experience for me.
Thanks for us as well.
Okay, Chair Mitchell, we have two more attendees with their hands up to speak. Next up is Gay Einstein.
Okay, welcome, and you've got 3 minutes. You'll need to unmute your mic.
Hello?
Yes, we've got you.
My name is Gay Einstein. I'm a pastor in the Presbyterian Church USA, and I've been following all of this discussion, and I want to thank you for doing all that you're doing. It's clear that you know what you're talking about in detail, so thank you. I am also a longtime volunteer at Habitat for Humanity, and I got to say, I believe sex sweat equity is where it's at. From what I heard tonight, it is clear to me that everybody is in favor of doing what's best for the city and becoming a beloved community where we can, the people who work in this wonderful city can also live in this wonderful city and be our neighbors. I was at a dog park a while back and I met a woman who actually works in the city of Charlottesville, but she can't afford to live here. And so she was then looking for a home in Fluvanna, and that's just not right. I hope you'll do the right thing. I hope that we can work together toward providing home ownership for people who want and even need homes in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary.
Chair Mitchell, we now have two more attendees with their hands up. John Bugby is up next.
John, welcome, and you got 3 minutes.
Great. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, appreciate the thoroughness of the review tonight. I wanted to say I'm a relatively close neighbor of the proposed project. I do think very highly of the idea of increasing our stock of affordable housing. Obviously, done a lot of work in the early years of the PACHM program on trying to advocate for homeless people and so on. I did want to just remind people, because a few different numbers flew around earlier, that it looks like what we're talking about is a relatively small intervention in that problem here. That is 15% of the units means 8 or 9 units out of the 53 to 60 that might be built on that property. So while that's good, 8 to 9 units that we didn't have before, it's you know, it's a very small change, I would say, in the grand scheme of things. Not to say that shouldn't be done, but good to remember. That said, if it does go through as currently proposed, the concern that I had, basically have, stems from having seen a number of development projects over my couple decades in town here, where the initial plans that were laid out at a stage like the current one changed quite a lot over the course of the actual development, and usually in a kind of negative direction. That sort of thing is not unlikely now, I think, because the economy is having a hard time and you know, is unpredictable. So I just would encourage the commission and thereafter city council, to the extent that it's possible, to put some teeth in the proffers, in the sort of informal sounding arrangements that have been made now. For example, I'm just thinking of the statement that if such a nature trail is built, we'll be very careful to not disturb trees when we're doing it, you know, and minimize the impact. Good thing to say, hope that's true. But I would be more comfortable if I felt like it was contractual and not just an assurance. Last thing I'll say, just a point that was not clear to me, and perhaps there are others in the same boat. Something that was said made me think that the affordable units would all be within the larger sort of condo style eightfold dwellings at the end of the teardrop. Not sure if that's true or not, but if so, it would be good to know. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Chair Mitchell, next up is Chris Meyer. Chris, once we promote you to panelist, would you please unmute?
Chris, welcome, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commission, and great to see all of you. My name is Chris Meyer. I am obviously a resident of the Fry Springs neighborhood and only live a couple of blocks away from the development. Recently moved here. I'm a member of the Housing Advisory Committee and a local nonprofit leader concerned about housing. I am very much in favor of this development. I think, again, all units are needed. I was very impressed with the collaboration that Southern Development is doing with Habitat to add the additional affordable units and then add more density as much as possible. I like how it is close to transit. It's close to the school also for kids who want to get to the schools at Jackson Via where my kids attend. And in general, I think would, again, ensure that we have a nice socioeconomic mix here in our neighborhood. So I encourage the commission to approve it. And I believe I've sent comments written to you already. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Chair Mitchell, we have one attendee with his hand up. It is Ken Jolofsky. Ken, when I promote you, would you please unmute?
And Ken, welcome, and you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I actually work for Habitat staff. I have done some construction in Burnett 3, in Wickham Pond out in Albemarle County, and also in Laughlin Hills. And those were all mixed income developments. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the interaction that I had with neighbors while we were building, and then also after we were building when I'd come back to do little follow-up projects. So as we were building, well, actually even at Sunrise, when we were building, I had neighbors come up to me and they were concerned that the property values would diminish. And Habitat's actually done a study about that and have found that in the neighborhoods that we've built, the home values have gone up in those neighborhoods and gone up faster than they have in the surrounding neighborhoods. The Habitat homes are actually really nice, nicer than people expect them to be. Secondly, people in the neighborhoods where we're building that have been, within the development. Some of them move in sooner than we complete the Habitat homes, and some of them come in after. The families that move in sooner, they're always curious about the Habitat families. And the reason why Southern Development likes to build with us is because they have discovered that having a diverse community is actually something they can market. And having Habitat partner families, people want to be around, people want to raise their kids around people who are not all the same as them. And so it's an opportunity, people have an opportunity to live in the most diverse, Burnett 3 is probably the most diverse community in Charlottesville right now by all kinds of measures. And so that's an asset to them, and it's an asset to them in marketing it. And that's why they're continuing to want to work with Habitat. And then as we're building, we're actually meeting with the people from the existing neighborhood, people that are incoming residents, and Habitat partner families are actually meeting in the months leading up to the construction and the move-in, and getting to know each other. And so we're actually building a relationship and community on an interpersonal level. We're not just building the homes. So there's a lot going on socially that's really an asset. And it's something about Charlottesville where people are very loving and accepting and wanting to be around each other. And that's really something that is a really sweet thing about Charlottesville. And I have a lot of appreciation for that. And so do the people in the neighborhoods we built. I'm going to yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you very much.
Chair Mitchell, that is all we have for attendees with their hands up for the public hearing.
All right, very good. That brings the public comment session to an end. So I'll close that. And just a little bit about logistics. And what I'd like to do is talk about each, just have the commissioners talk about the steep slope application first, and we'll have a vote. Then we'll talk about the rezoning application second. We'll have a vote. But before we do that, I'd like to see if council has any comments they'd like to give to us or to give to the developers. So I'll begin with the Vice Mayor. And you're on mute, Vice Mayor.
I have no comments or questions at this time.
Councilor Snook. Councilor Payne. Councilor Hill.
Michael, I'm also, I don't have any questions or comments this time. I will say that Chair Mitchell, I will be dropping off shortly after because the public hearing is over.
Okay. And Councilor Payne just went live. Do you have anything?
Not much. I would say, there's a lot of more details and conversations to have, but I would definitely be interested in trying to have that public space be something where we're able to have some kind of assurance that can be maintained in the long term for public use, and that it's accessible to the public and viewed as accessible, and avoid a situation like happened in Dunlore or something like that. But other than that, no comments at this time.
Chair Mitchell, can I ask council something before they take off?
Yeah, please.
Just based off of some the comments that we've heard and, back and forth, can anyone on council tell me or remember when this came before you all, why council did not want this as park? Why we didn't want to take this on?
Well, first of all, 3 of the 4 counselors who are here weren't on council at that time.
Okay.
And I honestly am not remembering, and I'm happy to go back and look through that, but that was not a concern that I expressed. I don't know if Mr. Armstrong could recall some of the more details around the concern of the city owning the park or it being maintained by the developer. I'm just not remembering that being the main issue of conversation.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to reach out to Parks and Rec.
McGill.
I mean, at this point, to see if they would, what they would think. Just personally.
She was going in and out, but I think she's suggesting that we poll the Parks and Rec folks to see what they think.
We don't have any Parks and Rec on here, right?
Having, well, being the representative of Parks and Rec for my group, I cannot see any reason why, again, just representing one voice of Parks and Rec advisory group, I can't see any reason why we wouldn't want to control that. But
well, in my initial statement, really quick, in my initial statement at the beginning of this, when I talked about the TJPDC, and I think Mr. Halbert mentioned this too in his comments, if you look at the area of this, that in that going down to Moore's Creek goes directly to the trail system, which I'm pretty sure we already have in place. That trail that would either go to Azalea Park or come back to 5th Street, which would connect everything to those 5th Street trails that we have in place. And then if this smart scale funding goes through, would connect to all of the trail systems that's going through, that's looking at the connection to Biscuit Run Park. So you could essentially take from this neighborhood and walk to Biscuit Run Park when that is complete. And I know that that is something that is being submitted as a smart scale funding through the county that connects all of this. I mean, it seems like such a bad idea to not take this and have all this connectivity.
I concur.
And I'm 95% sure I remember from last time, either here or at the council meeting, that they had asked the director of Parks and Rec, and they had agreed to take it on as a park, and we're okay with that. I know that's not the director of Parks and Rec anymore, from Chairman Mitchell's report, but I'm pretty sure that happened. So I don't know why they wouldn't want it.
If my memory is definitely fuzzy here, but if my memory is correct, it was not like a formal unified vote or discussion on anything like that from council's perspective. I think it was a concern raised by one councilor. And so it may have been the developer. I think the developer himself said they were sort of just reading tea leaves, and it was not a clear unified directive from council.
That's what I recall as well.
That's right. That's my recollection as well. And Chairman Mitchell, if you'd like, I have some additional information. I've been going back through notes while we've been talking.
That would be of great value.
On page, we'd asked about pedestrian access and making sure that that could be used for pedestrian access. On page 46 of your packet is, it's page 4 of the PUD. And our engineer texted me while we were sitting here to point me to this. It says in the proffered plan, all open spaces will be accessible via pedestrian easements. So that ensures trail access for the public in my mind. And I hope that solves it.
But Charlie, would that give the park access to be able to connect the city parks, be able to connect through there without issue of an easement? Because then we have a Dunlora situation.
Yeah, that's my interpretation, and that's what I want. So I can work with the city attorney's office to make sure that there's something that allows that. I actually walked that section of the Dunlora Trail myself just last week, and I thought it was still part of the RTF. I didn't realize that it was private now, so I was trespassing, but did it anyway. The world knows.
And I'd like to make sure that easement, if it is an easement and not just handed over, is a permanent, irrevocable one. Because as I understand it, Dunlora gave an easement to RTF. They just then decided to revoke it out of the blue.
No problem.
Why don't we begin our deliberations? Let's begin again. If it's all right with you guys want to put another order, that's cool. But we initially agreed to deliberate the steep slope first. So if that's still good with you guys, let's do that. So, Ms. Green.
So for me, when we, as part of one of the members on the board or the commission, when we put the steep slopes ordinance in place, we talked about some benefit outweighing, the benefit of the project outweighing, the harm of the slope. And so I feel as if that's where we are now. I think we definitely have such a better project. I mean, so many things, and I can discuss the project on its own merits in a moment when we talk about the PUD. But I'm also, one of the things that we really discussed at that time was how there could be some feature like a rock outcropping or something that we don't want to disturb. And I'm not seeing any of that. That being said, I do want to make sure that our water quality, especially because that's runs straight down to Moore's Creek, that anything that we have, any disturbance of these critical slopes can be mitigated through our erosion control measures and whatever we need to do in that case. While I hear our engineers' concern, and I don't take that lightly, I do think it might, that we could, something that we could work out. I am concerned greatly that what we have on a plan that says open space may not be actual, what we all had in our mind, I would bet, as open space in the project. And I'll stop there and continue the rest of the comments on the PUD.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
Yeah, I think the comment that our engineer made, that any PUD has to come for a rezoning at a concept stage. Obviously, that's the nature of PUD rezoning. But then, and I'm seeing this is actually specified by the code in 34-516, it has to bring up the critical slopes waiver at the same time as the rezoning. So it's not like they could have just asked for the PUD, worked out the engineering, and then come back and ask for a waiver. Like, it actually requires it. That's like sort of a fundamentally broken thing in our system. And someone, like, we really got to deal with that at some point here. We need to fix that, among many other problems with their zoning ordinance. But I don't think we can hold it against any particular applicant to the extent that, we would just reject any PUD near a critical slope offhand because it's impossible to do the engineering that far in advance, particularly because, as Commissioner Green mentioned, critical slopes are literally one of the reasons that the PUD ordinance exists in the first place. Protecting sensitive environmental features. So I think it's important that we come up with some good conditions tonight that are general and enforceable by our engineers. I think, well, we can't really totally separate those two things apart. And I'll obviously talk more about the proposal itself later. I think the benefits of the project outweigh the negative impacts on the slopes. I think that we should recommend approval with stringent conditions. And I'll also say that on the subject of the open space, while I think it would be cool and nice if the central open space was in fact like usable recreation area, I don't think it's so critical that I would rather you buy nutrient credits than, make it an open space, right? Like, it's pretty damn close to Azalea Park. Every other house in the neighborhood doesn't have an open space directly on site that's usable for recreation. People have yards in the development. There's that whole trail area. I still think it'd be great. I think there's probably a financial incentive for Southern to make it usable because people will want to have a big open usable space in their neighborhood. My priority would probably be on protecting the slopes in our waterways. That's all I got.
Okay. Reverend Heaton.
Yes, I too am not a big fan of mitigating the stormwater issue with nutrient credits, and I would add my voice to Rory's in saying that the open space can be a dual use, and it can serve both purposes for the quality of the livability of the space as well as its environmental impact. So I guess I would like to see the applicant be more specific about how the stormwater mitigation is going to take place. But I would concur that the benefits of this project are acceptable, to not have strict adherence to critical slope. So that's where I am.
Ms. Dowd.
I had already stated my position on where I felt like we were with the water quality. And as Roy has already said, and I'll just reiterate that I do feel like the benefits to the public outweigh the issue that we have at hand here with the critical slopes.
Mr. Solgates.
Completely shocked that there's issues with our zoning process. This is startling to me. So yeah, our fundamentally, our rezoning process is deeply flawed. It doesn't make sense. It creates systemic problems all along the way. This is no surprise. Whenever a problem happened in our zoning, we try to solve it with a PUD, which is why we have so many PUDs in this city, which is, I'm sure, an administrative nightmare. Just looking at it makes my brain hurt. I understand staff's concerned here. I understand it's helpful to hear why we're having this discussion, because a year ago, I didn't see this discussion coming. But I appreciated the explanation, and I'm increasingly confident that we will have language to address the public concerns here. Thank you.
And Mr. Andra.
So I'm also confident that there is a way of working this out, and putting something into a motion that will satisfy staff and the applicant. I'm just not an engineer to be able to know what the heck to put into the motion to be able to address it. So I'm hoping that Mr. Solo Yates, he's I'm sure figured this out and has it in his motion.
Right. So if I were the absolute ruler of land use in Charlottesville, all water issues would have to be treated on site, and we would never allow nutrient credits to build the developer out. Sadly, I'm not. I am dying to hear what sort of verbiage Mr. Soliates has come up with to make me feel better about this. I think the sheet flow issue or the mitigation recommended by the engineer would have to be a part of whatever motion we make to get me to vote for it. Are we ready for a motion?
I believe I have a motion.
Exciting.
I'm going to need a lot of support on this because I think it's actually 3 pages now. I don't know that I want to read it all out. Can I just paste it? Is that okay? It's going to take a while.
I think for public, Missy, I think he's got to read it, doesn't he?
Oh, no.
I think you should read it, because sometimes I feel like when we hear things, when it passes our ear, that helps us to make it make sense.
I think it would be helpful though, maybe if you also sent it to chat,
right,
so that we could see it as well.
As you read it, yeah.
I can do that. And I expect we'll have to make some corrections and amendments, but I think we can do that. The first chunk is basically just what we did last time, which I'll paste into chat now. Well, there we go. There we go. This is going to all panelists. I move to recommend that City Council should approve ZM 20-00001, including the critical slope waiver requested on, oh, nope, that's a dual. Sorry, let me try it again. Move to recommend that the critical slope waiver requested on page 103 of the packet, subject to the following conditions that are necessary to mitigate the potential adverse impacts of development within the critical slope area. 1, in order to protect the sensitive on-site wetland features and also to protect the waters of the adjacent Moores Creek and its stream buffer areas from the impacts of the proposed development, A, all stormwater quantity and quality requirements for the Flint Hill PUD development will be satisfied through use of facilities of such types and generally in such locations as are described and depicted within the stormwater management concept submitted for application number ZM18-0003. B.
What is that reference? What is that referencing?
The original from last year. We don't have a name for this one. It's just what's on page 103. B, all stormwater outfalls and associated energy dissipators shall be located outside critical slope areas and wetlands. C, no critical slope area will be disturbed with borings for any sanitary sewer laterals. D, the on-site biofilter shall be designed and installed to offer opportunity for groundwater recharge, and the final stormwater management plan for the Flint Hill PUD development shall indicate the design standard for groundwater recharge associated with the particular biofilter that is utilized. We're on E. The mature upland wooded area of the...
Is there a way that I can scroll down? I can't see where
I think you
stopped the design.
Oh, no.
Probably a link or something.
Oh, yeah, we got a little cutoff. 1 moment. On-site biofilter shall be designed. I think I may be straining the limits of Zoom's capacity to solve problems here. Shall be designed. We'll start again with D. I'm going to just finish off 1 here. It's still chopping. It's still chopping. Gonna do my best here. E, the mature upland wooded area of the development site will be permanently preserved. F, the following shall be included as part of the erosion and sediment control measures for all construction activities within the development area for the Flood Hill PUD development. This is now in F, section I. Use of super silt fent as described or defined in city standards to be detailed within the E&S plan and SWPPP for the area within the PUD. We are now in FII. Fixed immovable barriers shall be installed as tree protection measures in accordance with the city's standard tree protection detail, and the barriers shall be maintained in place throughout all periods of construction activities within the area Flint Hill PUD. Semicolon. This protection requirement shall apply to the protection of the root zones of existing trees within the mature upland wooded area. Semicolon.
And you're gonna have to paste that in as well.
I can do that.
Right at the shell app.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we're starting just after the last semicolon in the chat here.
Shell app. Yeah.
This protection requirement shall apply to the protection of the root zones of existing trees within the mature upland wooded area, to existing native woody and herbaceous trees and plantings in the critical slope areas and wetlands, and to protection of other mature trees identified within the tree preservation plan component of the final site plan for the Flint Hill PUD. Are you ready for section 2?
We are ready.
Here we go.
So excited.
This is how we do it. This critical slope waiver is approved only for and in connection with the proposed Flint Hill PUD development described in application ZM 20-00001 and shall not apply to any other use or development proposed or conducted on the subject property. They have to do what we say. Moving on to, that was my addition. That's not in there. Trying to explain what I'm explaining. Here comes section 3. Let's see if we can do it all. Do you think? Probably not. Oh God.
Didn't quite get it.
Didn't get it. We'll slice this up too. Okay, just gonna do the first part of section 3. This is, how's that look? There we go. 3, section 34-1120, subsection B, of the city's critical slope ordinance states that a landowner requesting waiver of critical slopes requirements must address how the proposed waiver will satisfy the purpose and intent of the critical slopes ordinance. Within materials submitted in support of waiver application P19-00013, that's last year, the landowner has stated that it is willing to undertake measures to reinforce existing eroded areas in the vicinity of its proposed development. The upper reaches of stream 2. Oh, I see. I was just misunderstanding what we were doing. So there's it's an area called stream 2 as a partner with other stream adjacent landowners, if feasible. Landowners shall confirm at the time of final site approval. I think we're almost done with this first section. Whether or not any such work will be performed, and if so, the landowner shall describe in writing the extent of the work and the timing in which the working will be undertaken in relation to completion of construction activities within the PUD development, or section II. If not, the landowner shall summarize in writing its efforts to follow up with landowners to develop a work plan and shall describe any financial or other impediments render a joint effort infeasible. Landowners shall have no obligation for the offsite work beyond the actions specified in clauses I and II of this paragraph. That's what the I's do. Okay, next section.
Can we just stop for 1 second?
Sure.
Because I don't want to get too far along and have Lisa Robertson tell us that we're off base. Lisa, we're cool so far. Is she on?
This may seem familiar to Ms. Robertson.
I am on, and I authorize loud to continue. I don't have any objections. So I have seen what he's reading from, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, you've already seen it. Okay, cool. Okay.
Thank you.
Way to go loud.
I know I seem very impressive, but it's because I have many people working behind me very hard. It takes a village. Okay. Getting into the next section. Yeah. The applicant shall design stormwater SWM measures to provide as much water quality treatment on site as the applicant deems practical given the constraints of the site, with a minimum of 75% of the required treatment occurring on site. 2, the applicant shall provide chain link supported silt fence above critical slope areas for enhanced protection of slopes during construction. 3, in the on-site biofilter, the applicant shall provide an additional 1 foot depth of gravel sump, that's right, across the bottom of the biofilter, above and beyond what is required in standard design, to provide the opportunity for additional stormwater storage and potential for additional infiltration and groundwater recharge. Getting into section 4 now. Or no, 3, depends on how you count. All stormwater must drain into structural conveyance instead of sheet flow. And finally, this recommendation is on the basis that the streets proposed within the PUD development are laid out in a manner substantially and in accord with the comprehensive plan, and approval of the proposed PUD development, planned unit development, you understand what I'm saying, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and will serve the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice.
Wonderful.
Last part is part of the PUD though, not critical slope, right?
I may have forgotten that part.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe I'll rewrite that part. Thank you. See, it's a lot of pieces here.
That's just the from recommendation down, right?
On the basis, streets proposed. Yes, that's correct. That is entirely wrong. Please strike that last portion. That is not part of the proposal.
Yes, this recommendation down, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Quick questions about this
Ms.
before
Green.
we vote or second that motion. When you're talking about this on-site stormwater, when you're looking at this, are you Are you
Would you
still?
put your microphone down?
Oh, sorry. It's hard for me to like do this when I have the microphone in my head. My question's about all that you have in there, which sounds great, but there's not that much area from what I see from the plan that has been given to us that has the opportunity to have that on site with all those details, except for in that teardrop open space. Is that your intent?
It is not my intent that all of that has to take place in the teardrop, but that's certainly part of the pie. We're asking for a lot here.
And I've got a couple questions or thoughts on the wording there before we go on. Last year when we were talking about the mature upland wooded area, I thought that I was always sort of confused at the time. I think I asked a clarifying question, and I thought we decided that that was the area at the very north end of the lot, which has now become the extra row of townhomes with the private street.
That part might be older.
Very confusing wording. I feel like we should have like labels on the maps or something.
I believe that is correct.
Besides open space. And another comment, I think we put in super silt fence in there twice now. And then the third, can we really hold them to the general stormwater plan or preliminary plan from 2018, which we were going to do last year, but now isn't part of this application at all? I mean, it kind of sounds like nothing really changed, and so like that plan should work. And so I don't totally understand why we don't have that in here now anyway. But is that even doable? I guess that's a question for council or the engineer. One of those.
Yeah, this is Jack. I think that what Mr. Sully Yates was reading at first was essentially the copy and paste from last year's version. I'm happy with the 75% of required treatment occurring on site, that blanket statement. You can take the rest out if we're talking about water quality. Because, and me and Mr. Armstrong discussed this some today, if they end up doing 65% in the teardrop and they need to find 10% somewhere else on site, that's totally fine, as long as they're doing this on site. We don't want to make this an impossible task for them to find that last 0.2%. So to the extent that the last year's version was speaking a little more ambiguously because the plans really were more ambiguous, I think we can, from water quality, if we stick to 75%, I think we can get it done.
So then the question, maybe I shouldn't be asking too many questions because there's not a second, so it's not technically in order. So someone yell at me, point of order if I'm wrong. But we have the stormwater outfalls and dissipators outside of critical slopes and wetlands, and no borings for sanitary sewer laterals. Is that important, and why wasn't it in the proposed conditions today, before just now, or before we looked at last year's?
I believe most of that was in last year's, if I'm not mistaken.
That was in last year's, but not now, I think.
Okay. Oh, it's not now.
Or at least we didn't have it as a proposed condition. I don't think we had any proposed condition until the applicant sent us some earlier.
Okay. So I believe that the directional boring for the sewer, and I think Charlie can speak to this, I don't think it's reflected accurately on their plans, but they intended to remove that from the plan. So that should not be an issue this time, as I understand it. And then the other issue, stating that discharges should not be located in the critical slope. What's in the critical slope? If you're at the toe of a critical slope, that gives me a little bit of heartburn in arguing with the applicant about what's feasible if you're outfalling these things at the bottom of the critical slope. I can see there being some discretionary problems with that. But I understand Lyle's intent in stating that. Again, my concern is going from a layperson's intent to what we argue about weekly, daily about what's outfall is a little bit tricky. The language there is a little bit dicey, but I appreciate the intent. it's more of a legal question. It's, things are hard to vet here in 2 minutes, but I appreciate his intent, and to the extent that the applicant trusts me to, educate that fairly, I'm okay with the language.
I have some more questions. So to get to everything that's in this motion, so I see things differently from not just something on paper. I actually see what actually happens in the field. And so what is in my head is envisioned, I'm trying to look for a picture, is a big monster open pond because it rains. And now I've got kids out there, and then we've got a safety hazard because now I've got a lake in that teardrop and not an area for whatever, open space use. So can this be achieved without having this, in my head, muddy lake? Mr. Dawson, I'm asking you. Oh,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I considered weighing in this one earlier. My thoughts on this particular issue are less specific to this project and generally. It's dangerous. Typically, open space means things that aren't dedicated to transportation, housing, etc.
Right.
Locality definition. That's not a thing set in stone. In my experience, generally open space are things that aren't lots. That's kind of a blanket statement. It is very dangerous in an urban environment. We're trying to, at least I'm trying to encourage on-site treatment of stormwater to start separating stormwater from open spaces. I'm an engineer. I can't speak to the child psychology or anything like that, but I have children. We live in an apartment complex here in Waynesboro because I can't afford to live in Charlottesville. And we have the pit, which clearly some engineer designed using HydroCAD. And it has all these riprap outfalls. And I'll tell you, my 4-year-old and 2-year-old love nothing more than play in the pit. And it's full of water once a year. A bioretention is not a pond. A bioretention has a maximum ponding depth of 12 inches. I believe there's Dustin right there, so you can confirm that. I believe it's supposed to drain down in 48 hours. So even if you get the maximum storm, it fills your bioretention. If it's well maintained, in 48 hours, it should drain out. Generally speaking, as existing in the world with all these stormwater features, most bioretentions hold water for 2% of the time. They are not a usable space as you can throw a picnic table in there because you're gonna be sitting in water 5% of the time. But it is usable space. You can walk your dog. You can play with your GI Joes. You can do all sorts of things. It is not a flat green space. I think it is, this is more Jack Dawson's personal opinion than the city engineer's opinion, but from a advancement of the design community and profession, it's important that we don't ostracize stormwater management from existing in open space. It's not that offensive a feature all the time. And we're gonna create conflicts. We only got so much land to do all these things on.
Totally agree. I'm just trying to, again, I've seen a lot of things happen out there with development. And I mean, I was looking for a picture I have of something right now where you've got a 3-tier 20-foot. I know that's not what's going to happen here, but you got a 3-tier 20-foot, pond, and then the side blew out. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen. And what I don't want to create is a situation where we've got wonderful affordable housing and this wonderful development, and then we're not taking into account all the infrastructure. Because if we're not giving the same thought and care and consideration to an affordable housing project or one that's got a number of affordable housing units that we would to a market rate housing project, then we're not really doing what we need to do. So that's why I'm concerned. I've seen a lot of things out there, and I'm just concerned about that open space area where everyone looks out, that we have this major water feature. And water features aren't bad, but I just want to make sure that we have a safety issue.
Could I weigh in on the open space area? So the acreage for that open space is called out to be 0.22 acres, which ends up being about 9,500 square feet. The largest biofilter that I've designed in the city of Charlottesville is only 3,100 square feet. So you were thinking about a third of that area for the biofilter area. So there is some other areas in that open space for other amenities.
And not to ask too general of a question, but Mr. Dawson, are you familiar with the little grassy area in the middle of the end of Longwood? Is that also a stormwater facility?
That is not a stormwater facility.
Okay.
Stormwater facilities could be designed, I'm sorry, in many different ways. They can be designed as rain gardens and all sorts of different things. But generally speaking, I think from what, it's easier just to make it a detention pond that holds the water and it's supposed to drain in 48 hours. But when they fail, then you have a lake. And so I'm just concerned about the safety in the area. So if we think that this can work, then I would second that motion. I just needed to make sure.
Just to clarify the language I'm proposing, I am just proposing 1, 2, and 3, 75% chain link and on-site biofilter.
What about
On-site
the reference to
biofilter with
the
an
sheet
additional
flow?
1 foot of gravel sump? Are you saying the applicant suggested conditions?
Yes, very similar.
What about the reference to the sheet flow?
I'm removing that. It sounds like it isn't necessary.
Maybe I'm confused, but I thought that Mr. Dawson would like to see something in there like that.
Okay, so it's my understanding, and maybe Dustin can speak to this. I think that is something that we would iron out during the review process, because I don't necessarily agree with the yeah, the plan is presented that I have problems with, I wouldn't approve. So we're going to work that out one way or another. So to be very clear, my role in this what it sounds like is you guys want to get this approved, which you're the policymakers here. I'm just an engineer. To mesh sort of my concerns with what you guys are working through now, I think that we are going in a positive direction here. And that the sheet flow issue was the reason why I did not recommend approval. I'm not going to approve that sheet flow condition, so that's not going to happen. And to the extent that they're treating 70% of their water quality on site, by virtue of doing that, they're doing a lot of chunk of their water quality as well. So if they're treating 75% of that, they can't sheet flow all those houses to sheet flow, because those houses represent more than 50% of their impervious area. So they're going to have to find a way to get those houses to drain to that center point if they're going to treat 75% of the water on site. So this is where some of the complexities of how you state these things at the beginning of the engineering process, it's hard to anticipate, but I'm feeling more comfortable based on the fact that it sounds like the planning commission wants this to happen. And to that end, I think we're going the right direction.
But Mr. Dawson, while we definitely, it sounds like we want this to happen, we also need to make sure that we've got conditions in place so that the applicant can give you something that you can approve. And we're not hearing from the public that I got this approved, but I can't get a site plan approved. So we need to make sure that there's that balance so that it actually, if we approve it and council approves it, there's something there that can be approved by you, because it could be stopped in that manner.
No, I agree. And to the extent, if you start to hear that I'm approving plans too easily, then I guess I'm not doing my job. But this 75% is one of the more functionable conditions that we've seen from the planning commission. Yes.
All right, would you remind us what the motion is again, Lyle? I mean, the motion is just 1, 2, and 3, right?
1, 2, and 3. May I read them again?
If you must.
Oh, I'd love to. 1, the applicant shall design SWM measures to provide as much water quality treatment on site as the applicant deems practical, given the constraints of the site, with a minimum of 75% of the required treatment occurring on site. 2, The applicant shall provide chain link supported silt fence above critical slope areas for enhanced protection of slopes during construction. 3. In the on-site biofilter, the applicant shall provide an additional 1 foot depth of gravel sump across the bottom of the biofilter, above and beyond what is required in standard design, to provide the opportunity for additional stormwater storage and potential for additional infiltration and groundwater recharge.
Ms. Green, would you like to second that?
I would. Yes.
It has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Is there any opposition? Are there any abstentions?
Real point of order, Miss Creasy, do we need, or Miss or Lisa, do we need a roll call vote since this is on Zoom?
I'm going through the 3 options that are available, and so far we've got all ayes, no abstentions, and no abstentions. So all 7 folks approved.
I do recommend a roll call vote if you all don't mind. I think that since we don't have sort of the normal visual aids for people watching, and it's just recommended.
Ms. Creasy, would you poll the board?
Or Mr. Lahindro.
Aye.
Mr. Solier.
Aye.
Ms. Dowell.
Aye.
Mr. Heaton.
Mr. Heaton, you're muted.
You're muted.
Aye.
Mr. Stolzberg.
Aye.
Ms. Green.
Aye.
And Mr. Mitchell.
Aye.
I have a quick thing for you, Mr. Mitchell. For the rest of the commission, if you hit your space bar, it will mute and unmute you very quickly, and you don't have to find your mouse.
Oh, wow. Cool. It didn't work for
You're welcome.
Not on Linux. Sorry, fellow Linux users.
All right, let's begin our, do you guys want to get through this and then take a break, or you want to take a break and then get through this?
Let's get through it.
Go through the rezoning? Okay. Ms. Green, comments on rezoning? Did we lose Ms. Green, or did we lose me?
No, she looks a little frozen.
Let's go to the university and we'll come back to Ms. Green. Mr. Palmer, any thoughts on rezoning?
No, I don't have anything to add now. Thanks.
Okay. And Missy, could you text Ms. Green to let her know she's frozen?
Sure.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
I don't have a lot to say. I wish I could have showed you my visualization of the assessment data in this area and what we've seen from the by right development that's happened in the area. I showed probably 4 of you, I guess, at that one work session that one time. And Joe, if you would let me screen share, I think you disabled it at some point here, but that would be awesome.
I did, Roy, and now you can screen share. Go ahead.
Oh, awesome. Cool. So that'll make this a lot faster because I won't have to describe it in words. So here we have a map of prices, basically. And over on the right, you can see what the zoning map is. And so this whole yellow area is all that R1 zone. That teal there are those PUDs adjacent on Longwood. And we can see over here that those were built in around 2017, 2011 for the north ones, 2011 to 2013. Meanwhile, here over in Krista Court and in the Oak Lawn area, not to roast Chris Meyer, I know he's on the stream too much, or not to roast him too much, but you can see that these by right developments that came in, just like the prospect for those 13 by right lots right over here in Flint Hill, are coming in so far above the average price or the typical price in this area. You know, they're starting in the high 6 figures here. This one, 713,000 is what it's assessed at. And so you can see where, yes, by nature, older homes and smaller homes are going to be less expensive. And, I'd just like to emphasize, I used to live here on Mosley Drive, and I never once had anything near trouble parking. There was always plenty of parking. And that was before Naylor Court started filling in. Krista Court was just starting to fill in at the time I was living there, 2013 to 2015. And again, you can see that the things that change the character of the neighborhood are these by right developments in that big building envelope that's allowed, that you just cannot subdivide, as is typical of other lots around there. And while new build does tend to be more expensive, if you make them single family attached, if you make them townhomes and duplexes, you will naturally get housing that is more affordable to people lower down on the income spectrum. So I think that in itself is a very worthy goal. And the fact that we're in addition going to get 16 habitat homes for people at the very top end, 60% AMI, but we know that the average is 32% AMI. I think that's an unequivocal positive. And we can see in this use matrix or this use map of Fry Spring that the nature and the character of the neighborhood is to have many different uses sprinkled in all around. That it's not true that the neighborhood is single family only or single family detached only. In its diverse forms of housing, we see diverse pricing of housing. And I think that's a worthwhile goal. And I will stop showing off my data viz now. Thanks.
And it doesn't look like we've got Ms. Green back, do we? No. So, Mr. Robert Heaton.
Yeah, I had benefited from seeing Mr. Tolenberg's visuals earlier, and I would concur that the neighborhood is not monolithic, and that that the rezoning is going to just be in keeping with what's been previously established. So I think we can serve the city council well by giving him an opportunity to address the affordable housing and build that cooperative relationship with Habitat. So,
Ms. Dowell.
I'm not going to take up much more of our time, being that we've already been here 4 hours and a half, but you already know my sentiments and my feelings on this project, and I look forward to them working out the kinks and the tweaks along the way and providing some affordable units to the city.
Mr. Sullivan.
We've seen a fair number of affordable housing proposals, and generally they're in industrial zoning. They're far from amenities, but they're very close to train tracks and floodplains. This is different. This is near a school. This is near recreational amenities. And this actually offers home ownership opportunities for people who would not have it. I would be happy with the other projects, but I'm very happy with this. I see enormous public benefit. Very happy to see this.
Mr. Lahindra.
While I don't think it takes full advantage of the creativity that's allowed by PUD, especially in providing the amenity of open space that would be convenient to the buildings and the residents on the site. I am somewhat reassured by the fact that, as Mr. Armstrong stated, there are pedestrian easements that are part of the proffers, and so and it is still a better. I think it's a better plan than the by right. I'm all for the density. I'm all for the affordable housing. So I'm in favor of it.
And looks like Ms. Green is back. So we've all shared our thoughts. We're just waiting on yours.
Wait on mine.
Yeah.
Sorry about that Ting internet service. Give them a shout out.
Yeah, you know, they're going down tonight at 11.
Oh,
It
great.
won't be up until tomorrow at 6.
Are you kidding?
So we got to be done by 11.
Maybe they started early over here.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to echo several thoughts that we heard regarding someone said about the character of the neighborhood, and I totally agree. It's about the folks in it. But my point for the character of the neighborhood was about when we're saying it is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan, there are other housing types of that same character in that neighborhood. So I didn't want that to be something we did not take a look at, so that we could look at this development as in a whole part of the neighborhood. And we want to, again, I said, we want to make sure, you know, we look at this and make sure that we've got a development that is equal to, or in some cases better, that we would create with all market rate units. Something that someone asked or brought up as a concern is the units as Airbnbs. That is a concern of mine. It happens. People don't think it does. It happens. It happens in this city. I could probably show you 6 or 8 right now, just outside the door, where there are units and it has done nothing but been bought up to use as an Airbnb. So that is a concern of mine. Not enough of a concern not to approve this or vote to approve this, but it is something I want us to think about as we talk about proffers and we look at development in the future. If we're truly trying to get housing stock, we can't make housing stock, especially in the economy that someone else was talking about, where folks can purchase housing for such a low interest rate, just for Airbnbs. So that is something that is a huge concern. And guess what? It's on transit. It's right there. It's walking distance. It's next to the trails. It's right near the interstate. I can hit the wineries. So it's not far-fetched. So I want us to look at that, and maybe that's something council can address. And home ownership, it's such an interesting concept. We listen to all of this and we think about renters and we think about, but it is a great way for folks to move from renting to home ownership. And I do think it makes a difference, especially in the type of crisis that we're in now. And rents are more expensive than mortgages a lot of the time. So it does give some satisfaction and some relief to be in a home that you're not worried about the rent going up or having a situation we're in right now. The park situation is, again, I've mentioned this, but I can't imagine why we would not take that. We have a new director, and maybe that would be something we could take a look at. But the connectivity it provides, which is a huge part of our comp plan, it's a huge part of our transportation, it's a huge part of connectivity. And I think that is something that need to really take a look at. And I want to make sure that whatever we do, the dedication of that preservation area is something that the entire city can take advantage of, and we don't have a situation where it is taken away, as we've already said. Those are my thoughts.
With that, would you like to make a motion?
I have not got any of my information back up, so I don't have the motion in front of me. Right now, I just got my Zoom back up, but 1 second, I can't.
Yeah, Rory's got a comment.
Rory, you got it?
Rory's trying to make a comment.
No, I just actually want to jump in and follow up on that comment about homestays or Airbnbs, which is homestays, which obviously not the most thriving industry right now, but it'll probably come back. I noticed in the use matrix, it's listed as a by right use. It's also listed as a by right use in the R1S zone. Which I know is what it says on Unicode, the online code directory. But my understanding is that that's outdated, as in it's been changed by ordinance that hasn't been codified by Unicode, and that it's actually an accessory use that you need, or a provisional use that you need a PUP for unless you're in a commercial zone. So I just want to clarify, would you need a provisional use permit for an Airbnb here? And does that come with the same restrictions of it needs to be, you know, an actual accessory use in the house with the primary owner and all of those restrictions?
Yeah, it's a provisional use. Provisional use meaning that if you can fulfill the requirements that the code outlines, you're signing that yes, you will do that, and you're receiving the permit to do that.
Okay, and I just want to check because it's not a P as in Papa, it's a B as in Bravo. On that,
So,
looking at page.
Yeah, so Airbnb, what we're calling now Airbnbs, our code, again, doesn't have sort of modern terminology, but PUDs further complicate the matter because, so anyway, under our zoning ordinance, if you are in a residential zoning district, you are allowed to undertake certain types of short-term rentals as home occupations. And they're not called short-term rentals, they're called homestays by our ordinance. But you have to own and occupy the property that you're operating as a homestay in a residential district. If you are in a zoning district that allows a hotel as a matter of right, with a B as in boy, then you, even if you have a single family dwelling in that zoning district, you are not required to get a provisional use permit. The definition that we have of a hotel is broad enough to include things as small as 1 or 2 rooms. So most of our mixed use districts, not all, but most, allow hotel as a by right use. And in those districts, you don't have to have a provisional use permit. So what's going to govern this matter in this rezoning is whether or not the use matrix for this PUD allows hotels. If it does not, then the use matrix for the PUD has to allow a homestay. And if it allows for a homestay, then a provisional use permit will be required. And under the other ordinances of our other regulations in our ordinance, the property has to be owner occupied.
So what are the requirements for that owner occupancy? How do you prove that?
For the owner occupancy,
right.
The code lists a number of requirements. So a person who comes in to seek a provisional use permit will have to answer certain questions from the zoning administrator. I believe, I don't have it up in front of me, I can get it, but it's things like you have to somehow demonstrate, for example, a driver's license with the address of record, and you have to fill out an affidavit that you've lived there a certain number of days throughout the year, that sort of thing.
I will tell you that we are finding multiple properties that give that information, and it's still used for nothing more than full-time short-term rental. So that is a concern. And yes, in the matrix that we got, homestay is listed as by right in this matrix as a use that is by right.
Yeah, and it is in the other residential zoning districts too. And I totally get what you're saying, Ms. Robertson, but I feel like it would be a lot less confusing if we just made it a P, as in Papa. Not just here, but all over.
So the problem, though, in a PUD, the problem is that the applicant is giving you a matrix and you get to accept or reject it. I agree with you. I would much prefer that the uses match up, that an applicant on a PUD choose uses from those that are actually, from the terms and the processes that are already reflected in the ordinance instead of making up new ones. But so if you don't like this provision and they're committed to having it be a B instead of a P as in pop-up, then that can be a factor in your decision.
Sounds like we are digressing into a work session. Can we dispense with this rezoning? Lyle.
I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to recommend that City Council should approve ZM 20-00001 on the basis that the streets proposed within the PUD development are laid out in a manner substantially in accord with the comprehensive plan, and approval of the proposed PUD development is consistent with the comprehensive plan and will serve the public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice.
I'd like to second that motion.
Ms. Creasy, would you poll the board?
Sure. Mr. Lahindro,
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates,
Aye.
Ms. Dow,
Aye.
Mr. Heaton,
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg,
Aye.
Ms. Green,
Aye.
and Mr. Mitchell.
Aye. Right, we will recommend to council that we approve the rezoning. Congratulations, Charlie.
I still think if we are going to really make sure that we have folks living in these homes, we've got to look at these ordinances, because I can promise you houses are being purchased right now and they're being nothing used but short-term rental. That takes housing out of our housing stock. That could be affordable, could move folks around. It happens.
And so, I mean, I think the problem originates in that 34-420, the use matrix for residential zones, despite the fact that we do require a provisional use permit, still has a B all over instead of a P. So it honestly seems like a thing that could be fixed without even having like a ZTA, because we already did that ZTA. It's just a codification error, maybe, on the part of maybe Municode or something. I don't know. Just
Can I recommend that we got an ERB to go into. Let's save this for a work session at some point.
Could we have
would you guys like to take a 5-minute break, or do you want to dive right into the ERB? That's a yes for break? Or ERB?
Body break.
3 minutes at least. Great.
All right, 3 minutes.
Thank you all very much for your time and deliberation.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too.
I will leave you with Paris.
Oh, it's cold. Now, how does Joe know when we're ready to go again? Joe, can you hear me? Hello.
Hosea, you there?
Yes.
Are you ready to get back in session?
I can't. I don't know if Lisa and Tania are back yet.
We've got Lisa, but not Tania. Also, a quick tip while we're still in recess, if you click the little arrow next to your stop video button and go to video settings, one of the check boxes there is hide non-video participants, which makes it a lot easier to see who's like actually here.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's cool.
Thanks, Lyle.
Oh, cool. There we go. All right, why don't we go ahead and roll? Tania can catch up. So I need to gavel us out of the regular session. And we are now in the ERB. And I think Jeff is managing, Mr. Werner is managing the ERB, right? Is that correct, Ms. Creasy? You're mute. You're muted.
Yes,
Ms. Creasy,
Jeff,
you're
Jeff
muted.
will be providing the staff report this evening.
And I see that Jeff is on, but I can't see him. And he's muted as well.
Let's try that. How's that?
I can hear you, but I can't see it.
Well, you got me there. Probably best you can't. Sorry, I thought I was one more item.
That usually happens to me when I forgot to get my camera on the side of my computer.
Is that it? I'm pushing.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi. Yeah,
You're visible.
My
What a good-looking guy.
You know, I keep telling my wife, but it's like I tell everybody, you know, my mom always thought I was an all-American lacrosse player in college, and I'm not going to tell her I wasn't. All right, so I know it's late. I know you guys are tired. I'm tired, and so let's try just quickly jump into this. I'm Jeff Werner. I'm the preservation planner and design planner for the city. Before you tonight, it's a request for a certificate of appropriateness, a COA, for alterations to an existing building and site at 1617 North Emmett Street. And I know the format for tonight's meeting is new for all of us, so I was going to keep my comments brief, let you all ask me questions if you had any. And in fact, I think even the applicant is prepared to simply answer questions if you have them and forego any sort of a formal presentation. But so as you all know, last year, the special use permit was approved for the drive-through windows. And with that special use permit, there was a condition that the alterations to the site and structure would go to you all for a COA. So that's why you are reviewing it. So to the project, this formerly the site of a bank. The alterations to the site and the building will accommodate a Starbucks coffee shop, which will have a drive-through component. Site's located at the southeast corner of Emmett Street, Angus Road. Pedestrian access to the building is provided by the existing public sidewalks on both Emmett and Angus, and vehicular traffic will continue to use the existing entrances off of Emmett Street and Angus. Proposed alterations include to remove the bank drive-through canopy at the south elevation, replace the asphalt shingle on the roof with standing seam metal, painting the existing dormers, trim windows. They'll be adding a drive-through order canopy and window. On the rear, there'll be some metal louvers placed where there are now windows, construction of a dumpster enclosure at the southwest corner of the site. Exterior lighting will be changed. Some wall sconces on the building, some pole mounted fixtures out in the on the site. one of the nice things is a lot of planting of trees and shrubs on the site. Right now, it's pretty empty, so that's a great addition to this. And then there's site signage, which is shown, but that's only conceptual. They'll have to come in for a separate sign permit. I believe they may have even already submitted for that, but that will be reviewed by staff. So quickly, it's an existing building, was built in 1979, colonial revival, brick, 2-story rectangular building. And the primary elevation features central entry, 3 arched openings supporting a brick pediment. That will all be retained. The architectural features of that structure are going to be kept. The asphalt roof will be replaced with standing seam metal. I think I've gone through where staff stands on this is that as far as the alterations, we believe it retains and even enhances the architectural character of this building. It was sort of an interesting challenge because normally you're looking at an entrance corridor and thinking of terms of, how do I make a strip mall building look good or not? And here you actually have a rather nice building that we sort of want to retain, and we are, or the developer is. And so with that, we find that the proposed building materials, the finishes, color palette, light fixtures are appropriate. The proposed landscaping and site details are appropriate. This is relative to the EC guidelines. There was one issue on, there's some outdoor furniture that's shown on the drawings. We don't have any details on what that was, but what those will be. But I've talked to the applicant, and they're okay with a condition that the exterior furniture will, this is a condition if you all approve the COA, exterior furniture will remain on the concrete area at the entrance. The chairs and tables will be metal and of matching design, one color, preferably black, and that any table umbrellas will be uniform in color with a prohibition of any signage. This is pretty standard for what we do on the mall, Barracks Road Shopping Center. So, and the applicant was fine with that. And so, wrapping it up with the incorporation of a couple of these conditions, we find the proposed alterations and improvements are appropriate, and we recommend approval of the COA. And again, that's that the metal, one of the conditions, the metal components at the drive-through area should be uniform and a dark neutral color. And you'll see in the drawings, it's more of a frame that's going to be installed. So just want to, have that be uniform. And again, the condition about the outdoor furniture and the condition about the any table umbrellas be of a uniform color. And so with that, if you all have any questions, I can certainly give them a shot.
Ms. Green.
And I believe, Ashley, are you on?
Well, yeah, let's see if they've got any questions for you, and we'll bring up Ashley.
All right.
Ashley is on.
Have anything.
Mr. Stolzenberg.
I got nothing.
I like that.
Reverend Heaton.
I'm well satisfied.
Ms. Dowd.
I don't have any questions.
Wow. Mr. Sola Yates.
Good presentation, clear, thank you.
Mr. Hendra. We can't hear you, dude. He's got nothing. Okay.
Got paper and pad.
Ashley, do you have any comments? Ashley, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Good evening, Chair Mitchell and Planning Commissioners. I'm Ashley Davies with Riverbend Development. Thank you so much for hearing this item tonight. We are excited to get started with the renovation of this building, and I will read the room and just say I'm here if there are any questions, but thank you for your time tonight.
Good. Is there any further discussion? Any other deliberation?
I actually do have one question. The staff packet includes some recommended conditions. They don't seem outlandish or strange to me, which is why I had no questions about it. Do you see any issues with them? Are they impossible in some way? I see a lot of black and metal.
No, I've worked closely with Mr. Werner, and I'm happy with all of his recommendations, and I think they're all fine and work well with what we've proposed.
So what would the body like to do with this? Would someone like to make a motion?
I would
hear-
like, having
Please.
considered the standards set forth within the city's entrance corridor design guidelines, I move to find the proposed design for 1617 Emmett Street North is consistent with the guidelines and compatible with the goals of this entrance corridor, that the ERB approves the certificate of appropriateness application with the following conditions of approval. The metal components at the drive-through order area should have a uniform dark neutral color. The outdoor furniture will remain on the concrete area at the entrance. The chairs and tables will be metal of matching design in one color, preferably black. If there will be table umbrellas, they will be a uniform color and a prohibition of any signage.
I'd like to second that motion.
Ms. Creasy.
Mr. Henry?
Yes. Would you, yeah.
Oh. Mr.
Please.
Lindero?
I think he put his computer down for a little bit.
Okay.
I think he's assuming it's a foregone conclusion.
Okay.
I can't understand you, Missy, if you're talking to me.
Oh, yes, I am.
Okay. What do you want?
She wants you to vote yay or
What
nay.
is your vote?
Yay!
Thank you. Mr. Sola Yates?
Yay.
Ms. Dow?
Aye.
Mr. Heaton?
Aye.
Mr. Stolensberg?
Aye.
Ms. Green?
Aye.
And Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay.
Good read, Miss Davies.
Ms.
Good
Creasy.
read.
Thank you.
Ms. Creasy, is there any other business?
You should gavel out of ERB and back to Planning Commission, and then you can decide to end the meeting if you so choose.
We are gavelled out of ERB and we're back into the Planning Commission. Ms. Creasy, is there any other Planning Commission business?
None that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I did share some questions with staff in advance. I'd like to ask again in person because I've not heard back. I know staff has been working on ADU reform language. Can I have a status update on that?
I know that we have the team that was working on that knows that is a consideration. There have been a lot of other things going on. I don't know if anyone else on the call has an update on that. If not, I will commit to getting some feedback from that group.
It was earlier said that NDS submissions were not taking in new ones because of COVID concerns. Has that been resolved?
So we are still limited in some of the applications. For the most part, we are taking and we have the majority of applications coming in. It's just the new applications at this point, mainly the ones that require community meetings before the applications are complete. That is an item that we anticipate that council will be providing further guidance on as this continues, but our guidance at this point in time limits those applications right now.
Making safe space in public streets for social distancing during this COVID crisis.
I do know that there is an effort going on that our traffic and bike ped folks have been working towards, and they have some proposal information that they'll be working with decision makers on. I don't have a specific time frame on that. I don't know if anyone else on our meeting has more information on that, but that is something that there was a plan put together. It's a matter of whether that is something that will come to fruition.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
I see
Hey,
Alex.
Joe Rice, thank you very much. You did a great job. We appreciate your support. We are.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I see Alex just popped on. Did he have something to say about?
I've been watching. I thought maybe there were a question so I can respond to it, but Missy pretty much covered everything. Appreciate you guys taking some of the actions tonight. Great job.
Thank you, Alex.
Thanks.
Missy, thank you. Lisa, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Great
Thank you.
job.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Wait. How do I get out of here? Hey, see you in Rapture.
Oh yeah. Do a virtual rapture.
Good for you. Night.
Good job, Missy. Appreciate your help with that too.
Thanks, Joe. You did a great job. A couple hiccups.
Robert, are you all ready for the BAR?
I think so. It's it seems to be pretty straightforward. I took notes, Missy and Joe, on what y'all were doing, so I do feel prepared.
It's interesting because this is my, my first meeting. Brian's been doing all the council meetings. And hold on, honey. Hold on, baby. Yeah, what? Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, she had my shoes. Okay. So when we promoted, the whole onboarding process was kind of, I thought it would be a little bit more seamless than that, but I guess the audio cues are pretty important, making sure that everybody knows that they're being selected and that they are being promoted to panelist, and that please unmute.
Yeah, and then they were getting kicked off the meeting once they finished.
I think something that happens when you move from attendee to panelist, you're booted out and then you come back in before you become a panelist.
Are we still streaming?
We are still streaming.
Okay, perhaps we can have a discussion about logistics at another point. That way.
Yeah,
we
can.
Later. That sounds great.
All right, thank you all, everyone.
Good night, all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Just a heads up, guys. You streamed that whole discussion.
Yeah, we just got that. Wasn't it interesting?
Especially my daughter.
We didn't say anything particularly.
No.
I will be ending the meeting now.